Welcome to Buddha Path. As you prepare to rest tonight, you are about to embark on a unique journey, not through distant lands, but deep within the profound teachings of Buddhism, a tradition that has guided restless souls toward peace for millennia. This is not merely a lesson, it is an experience to immerse yourself in. As your body relaxes and your breath slows, allow yourself to be drawn into a space where time takes on a different pace, where every moment is infused with meaning, and even the most challenging experiences carry a deeper purpose. Let go of the concerns of the day and release the tension in your body. For the next few hours, you will come to understand why Buddhism teaches that every single thing happens for a reason. Your journey begins now. Imagine opening your eyes at dawn in a serene mountain monastery nestled among the mist-covered peaks. The air is cool and filled with the scent of pine and incense. You have traveled long and far seeking answers to the questions about the struggles in your life that often seem aimless and without purpose. Today, an elder monk has agreed to share the wisdom that has been passed down through generations. You sit upon a humble cushion worn by time and use, and the monk smiles his presence, radiating calmness. He looks at you with kind eyes. You seek to understand why suffering comes to you, do you not? He asks in a voice as serene as a still lake. What if I told you, in Buddhism, nothing is accidental? As you shift on the cushion, trying to find comfort, you notice the wooden floors beneath you, creaking as you move. Even they, just like you, are subject to the law of impermanence. You observe how your breath creates tiny clouds of mist in the crisp morning air, appearing, then vanishing. Just as all things in your life do you reflect. You think about the river you crossed to reach this monastery, how it never contains the same water for long, yet the river continues to flow, ever present. The monk observes your gaze drifting towards the window and softly speaks. Your thoughts are like that river, always flowing, never the same. This is the truth of impermanence. His words echo in your mind, for impermanence is one of the core truths of existence in Buddhism. As your mind drifts to memories of lost opportunities, broken relationships, and roads you did not take, the weight of these thoughts feels heavy upon your shoulders. The monk seems to sense this. Every breath you take, every action, every word you speak is creating karma. He explains as the sunlight begins to pour through the window, warming the room. Like the ripples you caused this morning when you threw a stone into the river. Each action creates ripples that extend outward, touching everything in their path. You recall the small stone you tossed into the water earlier and how the ripples spread far beyond your reach. Perhaps you think your life is the same, every thought, word, and action sending out ripples into the world. The sunlight grows stronger, casting a warm glow over the monk's face. His features show both the lines of hardship and the traces of joy. Maybe you wonder, these two are not as different as they seem. Tell me, the monk asks gently, what weighs on your heart? Carry out an action that defies the natural law, just as you cannot force the consequences of your actions to be something they are not. The monk smiles gently, observing the ripples. This is karma, he says. Our actions, thoughts, and words are like the stones we throw into the water. They create ripples that spread out, touching all things around us. You both sit quietly for a moment, watching the ripples fade into the stream. The peaceful sound of the water seems to mirror the calm in your mind, and for a brief instant, you begin to feel the weight of your own questions lift. Karma is not a system of rewards or punishments. The monk continues, it is simply the natural law of cause and effect. When you plant a seed, it will grow into a tree, not a flower. The nature of the action determines the nature of the result. The monk rises, and you follow him as he leads you deeper into the garden, each step bringing more clarity to your understanding. Your life is not predetermined, he adds, but the choices you make create the path that you walk. There is no external force imposing fate upon you. You are the one shaping your journey with every decision you make, every word you speak, every thought you entertain. This is the power and responsibility of karma. As you both continue walking, the monk gestures to the garden around you. In this monastery, we tend to the plants with care, aware that the growth of each one is influenced by the conditions it is given. Similarly, your actions influence the conditions of your life. If you plant seeds of kindness, understanding, and compassion, the results will be different than if you plant seeds of anger, greed, and hatred. Your mind begins to clear, and you feel a deeper sense of understanding starting to take root. But what of the suffering that seems to find me even when I try to do good? You ask. Is it not unfair? The monk pauses, his gaze steady. Suffering is part of life. It is not something we can avoid entirely. But how we respond to suffering, how we navigate through it, that is where our true power lies. In Buddhism, we do not seek to escape suffering, but to transform it into wisdom, compassion, and strength. He looks at you with kind eyes. You are not alone in your struggles. Everyone faces challenges, even those who appear to prosper. What matters is how you respond, and whether you choose to learn from the difficulties life brings. The morning light continues to warm the garden as you walk, feeling the weight of the monk's words sink in. Remember, the monk says, karma is not a punishment, but a reflection of the choices you make. And just as the ripples fade, so too can the consequences of your actions when you make the effort to walk the path of wisdom and compassion. Your heart feels lighter now, your mind more at peace. You realize that while the road ahead may still be challenging, you now have the tools to walk it with a clearer sense of purpose. Seed without seeing its eventual growth. But just as the gardener understands that every seed he plants will eventually grow into something, so too must we understand that our actions are never without consequence, even if we cannot always see the immediate results. The monk's words settle deeply within you, and you begin to grasp the complexity of the web he speaks of. It's not that the laws of cause and effect are unjust or mysterious, but that the fullness of their unfolding is beyond your immediate perception. The seed planted today might not sprout until seasons have passed, the monk continues. And yet, every seed sown is destined to bear fruit in its own time. So too are our actions. Though the consequences may not be visible in the moment, they are still in motion. You pause, reflecting on the monk's words. If karma is so vast and interconnected, you ask, why do good people still suffer, and why do harmful people sometimes prosper? The monk nods slowly, acknowledging your question. Karma is not always immediate. Sometimes the effects of our actions ripen quickly, but often they take time to manifest. He says, just as a plant needs time to grow, so too does the fruit of karma take its own time to ripen. It may not always be clear in our lifetime, and sometimes it even spans across lifetimes. The web of causes and conditions is intricate, stretching across space and time, often beyond the limits of our understanding. As you continue walking, the path brings you past young monks, carefully transplanting seedlings in the garden. Their movements are deliberate and gentle, reflecting an awareness that their actions now will affect the growth of the plants in the seasons ahead. In the same way, the monk continues, we are constantly planting seeds through our actions, our words, and even our thoughts. Some of these seeds bear fruit quickly, while others take years or even lifetimes to mature. But in the grand scheme of things, nothing is lost. Every action, no matter how small, creates ripples that eventually come to fruition. The concept begins to make more sense to you. Life seeming randomness may not be randomness at all, but rather a series of causes and effects so intricate that they are beyond your immediate understanding. Just as a gardener cannot predict exactly how each seed will grow, but knows that every seed he plants will sprout in time, our actions are part of a grand design unfolding over time in ways we cannot always foresee. The monk continues, think of karma as the planting of seeds in a garden. Some will sprout in a matter of days, others in a season, and some may take years or even lifetimes. Just because a plant hasn't sprouted yet does not mean it never will. As you walk further, the path leads you to a small pavilion overlooking the valley below. From this vantage point, you can see villages, fields, rivers, and forests stretching out into the distance, all interconnected in a living system. The monk sits beside you on a simple wooden bench, the expansive view before you. From here, we can see far, the monk remarks. The villages, the fields, the rivers, everything is connected in a vast web. But even this view is limited. We cannot see beyond the horizon, nor can we peer into the heart of the mountain. In the same way, our perspective on life is limited. We only see fragments of the bigger picture. A cool mountain breeze carries the fresh scent of pine, and you take a deep breath, feeling a sense of peace beginning to settle in your heart. Life often seems unfair from our limited vantage point. The monk continues, we see a small piece of the puzzle and mistake it for the whole. We experience the effects of our actions without always recognizing the causes or plant a seed without understanding how it will grow. You reflect on the monk's words as the breeze brushes your face. For the first time, you feel that the pieces of your understanding are starting to come together. Life, you realize, is not as random as it seems. The seeming chaos is part of a greater pattern, a pattern that, while often beyond your immediate understanding, is always unfolding with purpose. Remember, the monk concludes that while your view may be limited, there is always more to the story than meets the eye. Just as the garden will bloom in time, so too will the seeds you plant in your life. Each moment, each action is a part of a larger process that will eventually come to fruition. Trust in this process and know that everything, no matter how small or insignificant it may seem, has meaning. As the cool mountain air fills your lungs, you begin to feel a profound sense of peace and acceptance, knowing that though the path may be unclear at times, it is always leading somewhere important. And with that understanding, your journey into the wisdom of karma continues. Clear atmosphere of peace surrounding them. As you take your place, the monk continues. In Buddhism, eating is not just a physical act, but a spiritual practice, a way to connect with the present moment. It is a time to be fully aware of the nourishment you receive, not just in the food, but in the act of eating itself. You sit in silence watching the other monks. There is no hurry, no rush to consume. Each person moves with quiet grace, paying attention to each bite, savoring the food, and mindful of its preparation. This is the essence of mindfulness. The monk says, living fully in the present, aware of each action, each moment. When we eat mindfully, we are reminded that even the most mundane actions are part of the larger flow of cause and effect. How we approach this simple act of nourishment reflects our approach to life itself. The bell rings once more, its sound now fading into the distance, leaving a profound sense of calm in its wake. The monk looks at you, his expression serene. Our understanding of karma, of cause and effect, does not remove the challenges life brings, but it transforms how we relate to them. When we view life's struggles through the lens of interconnectedness, we no longer see ourselves as victims of fate, but as active participants in the unfolding of our lives. You pick up your bowl, mindful of the process, how the food was grown, harvested, prepared, and now placed before you. It is a tangible reminder of the interdependence of all things. The monk's words echo in your mind as you take your first bite, each chew, an opportunity to be present to practice the teachings you've learned. This is karma in action, the monk says softly. Every action, no matter how small, is part of the vast web that connects all things. As you eat, you are taking in not just food, but the fruits of all the causes and conditions that brought this meal to you. As you continue eating, you reflect on the interconnectedness of all things, the food, the monks, the gardens, the mountains, the very air you breathe. Nothing is separate. Everything is connected. Every cause leads to an effect, and every effect has its own cause. You are part of this web, the monk says as he looks at you with kind eyes. You are not a passive observer of your life. You are an active participant. The choices you make, the actions you take, the thoughts you cultivate, all of these create the conditions for the future. Just as you now plant the seed of mindfulness in this moment, so too can you plant seeds of compassion, wisdom, and kindness in all the moments of your life. The meal ends, and the monks rise, their movements deliberate and graceful. You follow the monk back outside, feeling a deeper connection to the world around you. Remember, the monk says, karma is not about fate or punishment, but about understanding the natural flow of cause and effect. Every experience, every challenge, every moment has purpose. And when you begin to see this, you begin to see life with clearer eyes, eyes that recognize the deeper meaning in all things. As you walk back into the monastery's garden, you feel a sense of inner peace, as if the teachings have begun to settle into your heart. The journey is far from over, but now you understand that each step, no matter how small, is part of a larger, interconnected whole. Life is not random. It is a beautiful, intricate dance of causes and conditions, each one leading to the next, all moving toward a deeper understanding of truth. And with that realization, you feel a sense of liberation. The challenges of life are no longer burdens to bear, but opportunities to learn, grow, and transform. The path ahead is still unclear, but now you know that every choice, every action, every thought is a seed that will one day bear fruit. And in this understanding, you find peace. Monk's words settle within you. You realize the profound depth of what you are experiencing. The simple act of eating, which you once took for granted, is now a practice of mindfulness, an invitation to be fully present, to savor each bite as an expression of the interconnectedness of all things. With every chew, you see the entire process that brought this meal to you: the soil, the farmers, the rain, the sun. Each element plays a role in nourishing your body, and in turn, your body nourishes the world around you. In this moment, you are connected to the earth, to the hands that prepared the food, and to the countless forces of nature that made it possible. It is a quiet, sacred exchange. This is how mindfulness works. The monk says, his voice soft but firm. It is not about escaping life or seeking something outside of ourselves, but about deeply engaging with the world as it is. When we eat mindfully, we experience not only the food, but the entire process that led to it, and in doing so, we experience life more fully. You take another bite more aware of the textures, the temperature, the flavors that had once gone unnoticed. There is a richness in the simplicity of the meal, an elegance in the act of eating that you had never before considered. The monk watches you, sensing your understanding deepening. Mindfulness is not limited to just eating. He continues. It is a way of being in the world, of being present with whatever is happening right now. It is a way of being alive to each moment, rather than living in the shadows of the past or the worries of the future. As you continue eating, you reflect on how often you have rushed through meals, distracted by thoughts or external stimuli, never fully appreciating the act of nourishment. How many moments, you wonder, have you missed in life by not being fully present? The monk's words ring true. Many people, lost in the chaos of their minds, never experience the fullness of the present moment. Mindfulness brings you back to the only moment that truly exists. The monk repeats, when you are present, the world opens up to you in its fullness. Every breath, every step, every action becomes meaningful, not because it is extraordinary, but because you are fully aware of it. Life, when lived in this way, is never dull or ordinary. As you finish your meal, you feel a sense of peace and gratitude for the simple act of eating and for the deeper understanding of how interconnected all things are. The monk's teachings have opened your eyes to the richness of the present moment, and you know that this new awareness will shape how you live moving forward. Now, the monk says with a smile, the meal is over, but the mindfulness remains. You carry it with you in everything you do. Whether you are eating, walking, talking, or simply breathing, mindfulness is the practice of being present, fully engaged with whatever is happening right now. And in this, you will find the true depth of life. You leave the dining hall with a quiet sense of fulfillment, your heart and mind filled with gratitude for the teachings and the meal that nourished both body and spirit. The path of mindfulness is a simple one, yet it has the power to transform every moment of your life. With each step, you feel a little more awake, a little more present, ready to continue your journey with a deeper sense of purpose and connection. After the meal concludes, each person takes a piece of pickled vegetable to clean their bowl, then wipes it carefully with a cloth. No grain of rice is left behind, and even the washing water will be poured into the garden, a final act of mindfulness. Everything in this environment serves a purpose. In mindfulness practice, the monk says, as you follow these cleaning rituals, you learn that the meaning of life isn't hidden in some distant future accomplishment or past glory. It's found in the depth of your presence in this very moment, in the simple act of cleaning your bowl. You watch as everyone carries out the task with grace and intention, and it becomes clear how deeply this practice permeates their lives. The monk's words resonate, and you begin to feel the weight of their meaning. Once the meal and cleaning rituals are finished, most of the monks return to their duties. But your teacher invites you to join him in the meditation hall. The atmosphere in the hall is starkly different from the bustle of morning or mealtime. It is quiet, serene, a space carved for deeper practice. Here, the teachings are not intellectual exercises, but direct experiences to be felt and embodied. The monk explains, meditation is the core of understanding these teachings. It helps to experience, not just think about what you are learning. You settle onto cushions facing one another. Sunlight gently filters through paper windows, casting a soft, diffused light across the room. The air smells faintly of wood polish and incense, and the only sound is the occasional call of birds outside, though the overall sensation is one of profound stillness and calm. To begin, proper posture is essential. The monk instructs. Sit with your back straight, but not rigid like a mountain, dignified and stable. Rest your hands in your lap or on your knees. Lower your gaze or close your eyes if that feels more comfortable. You adjust your posture according to his guidance, surprised by how these small changes bring about a sense of alertness combined with ease. Now bring your attention to your breath. The monk continues. Don't try to control it. Just observe the natural rhythm of your breathing. Feel the sensations, the air moving through your nostrils, the rising and falling of your chest and abdomen. You begin to follow the instructions, noticing how challenging it is to keep your focus on something as simple as your breath. Your mind starts to wander, planning for the future, replaying past conversations, analyzing, judging, daydreaming. The monk seems to sense your struggle. Each time you notice your mind has wandered, gently bring your attention back to your breath. This returning is the practice. Every time you notice the distraction and return to the present moment, you are strengthening your mindfulness. You try to settle into the practice, repeating this process of gently redirecting your focus back to your breath whenever distractions arise. It's humbling to realize how often your mind slips away from the task, like a wild animal that refuses to stay still. The monk observes your efforts and explains, the untrained mind is like a wild elephant, powerful yet uncontrollable. Even when it means well, it can cause damage. Meditation is the process of gradually taming this elephant, teaching it to serve us rather than rule over us. Just as you are beginning to regain focus, a fly buzzes near your ear, immediately distracting you. You feel your attention being drawn away by the sound. The monk, noticing this, smiles gently and says, "Notice how easily distractions pull you away from your practice. The mind is like this, constantly drawn to whatever catches its attention. The key is not to fight these distractions, but to gently return to your breath each time." You smile to yourself, realizing how true his words are. The practice is not about achieving perfection, but about cultivating the awareness to recognize distractions and returning gently to the present moment. As you continue the meditation, you realize that each moment of mindfulness is a small victory, a step closer to training your mind to be more focused, more present, and more aware. Through this practice, you begin to feel a deeper sense of peace and presence, understanding that the journey of meditation is not about conquering the mind, but about learning to coexist with it, to gently guide it, and to find stillness within the constant flow of thoughts. You begin to feel the weight of the monk's teachings becoming more tangible, not just in your mind, but in your direct experience. This is normal, the monk says softly, as though reading your thoughts. The mind naturally gravitates toward what is new or what it perceives as threatening. But with consistent practice, You will develop the ability to acknowledge distractions without being captured by them. You will be able to simply observe them as they come and go without getting swept away. As you refocus on your breath, you notice subtle details you hadn't before: the brief pause between inhale and exhale, the cooling sensation of the air as it enters your nostrils, and the warmth that follows as the air leaves your body. With each breath, you deepen your concentration, noticing the quiet rhythm of your body's natural process. The monk's voice quietly interrupts your observations. As concentration deepens, you begin to observe not just the breath, but the nature of experience itself. You begin to see how sensations, thoughts, and emotions arise, stay for a moment, and then fade away. Nothing is permanent. Everything is in constant flux. This realization feels profound as it connects directly with your earlier understanding of impermanence. For the first time, you can see it not just as a concept, but as a lived experience. Each breath, each fleeting thought, each subtle sensation appears and disappears like waves on the surface of a vast ocean. The monk watches you as you sit with this insight, his voice calm as he continues. This direct perception of impermanence is crucial to understanding why everything happens for a reason. When you see how one thing leads to another in the stream of your own consciousness, you begin to recognize this pattern throughout all of existence. You begin to feel the interconnectedness of everything. How a thought arises, how your entire life might follow the same pattern of causes and conditions, each moment flowing into the next. You realize that the present moment is the result of countless causes, each one influencing what comes next. Exactly, the monk affirms, seeming to read your thoughts. Your life unfolds according to this natural law. Each moment arises due to countless causes and conditions converging. Nothing happens by chance. Everything is the result of a set of causes that brought it into being. This understanding, though still abstract, starts to settle into your bones, becoming less of an intellectual concept and more of a felt reality. You realize that your current situation, sitting here in this monastery, seeking these teachings, is not a random event, but the result of countless choices, experiences, and conditions that have come together to create this very moment. There is a profound peace in knowing that even the struggles you have faced, the decisions you have made, and the circumstances you find yourself in are not mere accidents, but the unfolding of a greater natural law. The monk's voice returns as he guides your practice further. Expand your awareness beyond the breath to include your body, your sensations, your emotions, your thoughts, and eventually the environment around you. Observe how all these aspects of experience arise and pass away in response to conditions. See how they interconnect like tributary streams joining a river. You practice this wider awareness, noticing how each experience flows into the next. A sound triggers a thought, which sparks an emotion, which in turn creates a physical sensation in your body. It is a continuous flow, each element dependent on the others, each one arising due to countless causes. The monk, sensing your deepening understanding, continues. This interconnected flow is what Buddhists call dependent origination. The realization that everything arises in dependence on multiple causes and conditions. Nothing exists independently. Nothing happens without reason. As your meditation deepens, you begin to sense the vast network of causes and conditions at play in your own life and in the world around you. Each thought, each action, each moment is part of a much greater whole, interconnected and interdependent. With this awareness, your understanding of the world and of your own experience shifts. Everything, every moment, every encounter, every challenge is part of this vast, intricate dance of causes and conditions, and nothing is ever truly isolated or random. This realization doesn't necessarily make life easier or free you from suffering, but it offers a new lens through which to understand it. Everything, even the difficult moments, is part of the flow of life, part of the natural unfolding of causes and conditions. This understanding brings a sense of peace, knowing that nothing is without meaning, and that every experience, no matter how small, contributes to the greater whole of existence. Shift in perspective is needed. The monk continues. The purpose of understanding that everything happens for a reason is not to burden yourself with anxiety about every action. It's not about living in fear of making mistakes. Rather, it's about understanding that each moment, each decision carries with it an opportunity for learning and growth. The law of cause and effect is not meant to trap you in fear, but to empower you with the knowledge that your actions have significance. You sit quietly beside the monk, gazing at the peaceful pond. The sunlight dances on the surface, casting reflections of the lotus flowers in the gently rippling water. When you understand karma, the monk says, you see that it is not about being punished for wrongs or rewarded for good deeds. It is about understanding how your actions contribute to the flow of life, and how every action creates ripples in the world around you. The dragonfly you had seen earlier flits across the pond again, its wings shimmering in the afternoon light. It is a subtle reminder that everything, even the smallest action, creates ripples in the interconnected world. You watch as the dragonfly lands once more, and the tiny dimple in the water sends out ripples affecting everything around it, no matter how subtle the movement. The ripples of our actions are like that. The monk continues. They may seem small or insignificant, but they extend far beyond what we can see. Even when we think our actions are private, they are interconnected with others in ways we cannot always perceive. As you sit on the bench, the monk explains further. This is why mindfulness and awareness are so important. When we are mindful of the choices we make, we begin to see the impact of our actions. We understand that each decision we make, each word we speak, each thought we entertain sends ripples out into the world. And just as we cannot escape the effects of our own actions, we are also affected by the actions of others and by the causes and conditions that come together in our lives. The warmth of the afternoon sun settles around you, and you begin to feel a sense of peace in this understanding. Many people, when they first hear about karma, worry about the past. The monk says they fear that their past mistakes will lead to inevitable suffering in the future. They become anxious, trying to control every action, fearful of the consequences. But that is not the deeper purpose of the teaching. He pauses, and you can sense that he is speaking from deep wisdom. Karma is not a tool of judgment, nor is it a cause for fear. It is simply a law of nature, like the law of gravity. It's not here to punish or reward us. It's here to show us the interconnectedness of all things and to help us understand how our actions contribute to the greater whole of existence. When you understand this, you begin to see that every moment is an opportunity not to avoid mistakes, but to learn to grow and to act with intention. As the monk's words settle within you, you feel a sense of release. The weight of past fears, mistakes, and anxieties about the future begins to ease. You realize that it is not about being perfect, but about being mindful of your actions and the impact they have on the world. It is not about avoiding suffering, but understanding its role in the flow of life and using each experience to cultivate wisdom and compassion. You look out over the pond, the lotus flowers standing tall and serene, their roots anchored deep in the mud, rising through the water to bloom in their full beauty. Just like the lotus, the monk says, our awakening emerges from the conditions of our lives. Our struggles, our suffering, our joys, all of it contributes to our growth. The lotus does not fight against the mud. It uses it as nourishment. In the same way, we can use every experience as an opportunity for growth, understanding, and transformation. You take a deep breath, feeling the peace of the moment settle deeply into your heart. The monk smiles, his eyes full of understanding, and you know that the journey you are on is not just about learning teachings, but about embodying them, experiencing them through the richness of each moment. And in that realization, you feel a deep sense of gratitude for the path that lies ahead. Tree with a calm, thoughtful expression. You observe the bonsai, its branches gracefully shaped over decades, a living testament to the patience and wisdom of its caretaker. The monk's hands, though weathered by time, move with a precision that reflects years of practice. Notice how Brother Chin works with the tree, the monk says. He does not force or impose his will upon it. Instead, he deeply understands the tree's nature and works with it, guiding it, shaping it over time, but always in harmony with its natural tendencies. You watch the elderly monk step back after making a delicate adjustment to the tree's branch, the wire barely visible. His movements are slow, deliberate, and full of purpose, every motion imbued with a profound sense of mindfulness. This is right action. The monk continues as you observe Brother Chen. It is acting with full awareness, understanding the causes and conditions that shape our experience, and responding with skillful intention rather than habitual reaction. As you continue to watch, it becomes clear that the old monk's approach is a reflection of the principles you have been learning. He does not rush, nor does he force the tree into submission. Instead, he works with it, recognizing its unique nature and responding to its needs, patiently guiding it to grow in the way that is most natural for it. His relationship with the tree is one of deep respect, understanding, and compassion. Just as Brother Chen works with this bonsai, the monk says, you too can work with your own life. Instead of forcing things to be as you want them, or reacting impulsively to circumstances, you can approach life with awareness, understanding the conditions that give rise to your experiences, and responding with skillful intention. You take in the stillness of the moment, the simplicity and beauty of the scene before you. The old monk, his work complete for now, steps back and observes the tree with a quiet satisfaction. His face, weathered and serene, is a reflection of the years spent in careful, mindful cultivation. His patience is evident in every line of his face and every movement of his hands. The key to right action, your teacher continues, is not force, but skillful engagement with what is. It's about understanding the conditions of the present moment, responding to them wisely, and acting in a way that creates positive results. This requires mindfulness awareness and a deep understanding of how our actions shape the world around us. You reflect on how this concept applies to your own life. The challenges you face, the choices you make, and the conditions you find yourself in are not random. They are the result of countless causes and conditions, many of which you have had a hand in shaping. But instead of feeling overwhelmed or hopeless, you now see that you have the power to respond with intention, to shape the conditions of your future through the choices you make today. As you continue your walk through the monastery grounds, you feel a growing sense of clarity and empowerment. The monk's teachings, like the work of Brother Chen with the bonsai, offer a way of engaging with life that is rooted in mindfulness, patience, and understanding. With each step, you realize that you are not a passive observer of your life, but an active participant capable of shaping your future through mindful, intentional actions. The monk's voice brings you back to the present moment. Life, like the bonsai, takes time. It requires patience, understanding, and skillful action. But with mindfulness, you can work with the conditions of your life, just as Brother Chen works with his tree, guiding it gently toward its fullest potential. As you walk on, the garden surrounding you seems to embody the very teachings you are learning. Every plant, every stone, every pathway reflects the wisdom of patience and presence. You realize that just as the garden thrives through the careful nurturing of each element, your life too can flourish through mindful attention and intention, rooted in understanding, compassion, and the wisdom of the present moment. Climate. The land seems to unfold in an intricate web of interconnected forces, each one shaping the next. As you stand there, taking in the view, the monk speaks quietly. From up here, the patterns of the land are clear, aren't they? From below, it might have seemed random, but from this perspective, we can see the order, the natural flow of things. This is how we begin to understand the interconnectedness of all things through a broader view, one that takes into account the conditions that shape what we see. You take a deep breath, feeling the cool mountain air fill your lungs. The vastness of the landscape before you feels symbolic, as though the valley and mountains represent the conditions of life itself. The patterns of the land rivers, winding forests, growing in their own distinct ways, are not random, but are shaped by forces much larger than themselves. Forces that work together, guiding the land to evolve in certain ways over time. Life is much the same. The monk continues as he stands beside you. From our limited perspective, it might seem chaotic or without order. But when we step back and see the bigger picture, we begin to understand the underlying patterns. The law of cause and effect, the way one action leads to another, is at play in all things. Just as the land forms its contours through the interplay of forces over time, so too does your life unfold according to a complex web of causes and conditions. The monk pauses for a moment, letting the quiet of the mountain settle between you. This broader perspective is crucial. When we are caught up in the day-to-day struggles, it is easy to see life as random or unfair. But when we step back, we can begin to see the larger picture, how every event, every moment is part of a greater flow. And just as the land adapts to its conditions, so too can we adapt and respond skillfully to the conditions of our lives. As you stand there absorbing the monk's words, you feel a shift in your understanding. The landscape before you no longer feels separate from you. It feels like a reflection of the inner wisdom you are beginning to cultivate. The patterns in the land are like the patterns in your life, each moment unfolding naturally shaped by the countless causes and conditions that have come before. Now, the monk says, turning to lead you onward, as we walk further, remember the lessons you've learned today. Just as the body naturally adapts to the path, so can your mind and heart learn to respond to life's challenges with grace and wisdom. With mindfulness, you can see clearly, adapt to conditions, and act with intention Just as the bonsai is shaped, the body moves with the mountain, and the landscape evolves according to its natural laws. You follow him, feeling a deep sense of connection to both the physical world around you and the lessons unfolding within you. The journey is far from over, but with each step, you begin to understand that the path, with all its challenges and beauty, is just another part of the larger flow of life, an intricate web of causes and conditions, each moment leading to the next. And as you continue to walk, you feel more equipped to navigate it with awareness, intention, and a deep sense of peace. Difficulties the monk begins as you both walk through the peaceful garden. The key to understanding why everything happens for a reason lies not just in the events themselves, but in how we respond to them. It's our response shaped by our awareness and understanding that determines whether we experience those difficulties as burdens or as opportunities for growth. You pause for a moment, letting his words settle in. The soft light of the lanterns flickers, casting gentle shadows around the garden. The scene feels serene, yet the monk's words carry a profound depth. The Buddha taught that suffering is a part of life, he continues, but it is our attachment to the way we think things should be that creates much of our pain. When we cling to specific outcomes to how we want life to unfold, we set ourselves up for disappointment and suffering. The key then is learning to work with life as it is not as we wish it to be. As you listen, you begin to understand the significance of this teaching. It's not the events themselves that cause suffering, but our attachment to how we expect them to unfold. The challenge, then, is not in avoiding life's difficulties, but in cultivating the wisdom and presence to respond with skill and mindfulness when they arise. The monk gestures toward the lanterns, their light flickering gently in the evening breeze. Notice the light from the lanterns, he says. It doesn't force its way through the darkness. It simply illuminates the space as it is gently and without struggle. In the same way, our response to life's difficulties can be like this light, soft, steady, and without resistance. When we stop fighting against what is, we can begin to navigate through our challenges with grace. You take in the stillness of the garden, the peaceful rhythm of the lantern's glow, and begin to understand how this mirrors your inner journey. Life, much like the garden and the landscape around you, presents its conditions, sometimes favorable, sometimes difficult. But instead of struggling against them, you can learn to respond with mindfulness, accepting things as they are, and working skillfully with what you have. The freedom Buddhism offers. The monk continues, is not freedom from life's difficulties or conditions. That is impossible. The freedom is within those conditions, learning how to live harmoniously within them, how to navigate life's currents with as little resistance as possible. The monk's voice carries a quiet wisdom that seems to blend with the evening sounds around you. The gentle rustling of the leaves, the distant hum of life, all seem to emphasize the simple yet profound truth of what he is saying. Life will always have its challenges, he says. But when we stop fighting reality, when we accept it as it is, we find peace. This is why everything happens for a reason. It all arises out of causes and conditions. And when we understand those, we can live with greater ease. As the sun sets and the shadows grow longer, you feel a sense of calm wash over you. The day's teachings, like the gentle light of the lanterns, have illuminated new paths of understanding within you. You realize that life is not about controlling every outcome, but about learning to flow with it, like the hawk in the sky, using the wind not fighting it. With the evening meal approaching, you return to the monastery, your heart and mind more open, ready to continue practicing the wisdom of being fully present with life, regardless of the conditions it brings. The monk's teachings have reminded you that freedom does not come from avoiding challenges, but from embracing them with mindfulness, clarity, and grace. As the bell rings and the monastery prepares for evening meditation, you feel a deep sense of gratitude for the lessons of the day, knowing that each step, each breath is an opportunity to live with more awareness and harmony. Monk says, not as some arbitrary fate, but as part of the natural unfolding of causes and conditions. The purpose of challenges is not to punish us, but to offer the conditions necessary for growth, transformation, and wisdom. You feel a shift in your understanding as the monk's words sink in. The experiences that once seemed meaningless or random now appear in a new light as opportunities for deepening your awareness and understanding. When we stop seeing ourselves as victims of suffering, the monk continues, we begin to see that we are active participants in the unfolding of our own lives. The way we respond to suffering can transform it, turning what might have been a source of despair into a source of wisdom and strength. You look down at the stone in your hand, its smooth surface, cool and comforting. The rough edges, once sharp and harsh, have been worn down over time by forces beyond the stone's control, revealing something beautiful and polished. The monk watches you thoughtfully as if he knows you are beginning to understand. Life's challenges, much like this stone, often feel like they are wearing us down, but in the process, they refine us. They strip away the unnecessary, leaving only what is essential. The more we resist, the longer the process takes. But when we understand that friction is part of life's design, we can approach difficulties with a sense of acceptance and patience, knowing that they are shaping us for something greater. As the evening deepens and the lanterns flicker with warmth, the monk's teachings resonate more deeply within you. This is the heart of Buddhist wisdom. He says, it's not about escaping suffering, but about understanding how it can lead to liberation. Suffering is not the end, but a part of the journey. And when we learn to navigate it with awareness, we discover its transformative power. The monk's voice softens, and you feel a sense of peace as he adds, so when life presents you with challenges, instead of asking why it's happening to you, ask how you can respond with wisdom. What is this experience preparing you for? What is it helping you develop? With this perspective, suffering becomes not something to avoid or fear, but an opportunity to evolve, to deepen your understanding of yourself and the world. As the final light of day slips away, the garden around you feels even more serene. The lantern's soft glow seems to embody the very essence of what you have learned, how wisdom like light can guide you through even the darkest moments of life. You stand there for a moment, reflecting on the teachings, the stone in your hand, a tangible reminder of the process of growth. The difficulties you have faced and will face in the future are not punishments, but opportunities for transformation, if only you can learn to approach them with mindfulness, patience, and wisdom. The monk smiles, sensing the shift in your understanding. This, he says gently, is why everything happens for a reason, not as a divine decree, but as part of the unfolding of natural law. Embrace the challenges that come your way, knowing they are shaping you into the person you are meant to become. Stream of thoughts without becoming entangled in it. You begin to see how thoughts arise on their own, and with each passing moment, they fade away. Like clouds drifting through the sky, they are temporary and constantly changing. You feel a sense of detachment, not pushing them away, but allowing them to come and go without attaching any meaning or significance to them. The monk's voice gently guides you. As you observe your thoughts, remember not to grasp at them or try to control them. Allow them to pass like waves in the ocean. The key is to maintain equanimity, to remain balanced, regardless of whether your thoughts are pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. The same applies to all experiences, pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. They arise, they stay for a moment, and then they fade away. In this way, we train ourselves to not be swept away by the tide of emotions or thoughts, but to remain grounded, centered, and at peace. You settle deeper into your meditation, the monk's words sinking into your consciousness like the steady rhythm of your breath. You observe your thoughts and emotions without resistance, letting them be what they are, without trying to change or control them. As you continue, a sense of calm begins to emerge, not because you are forcing peace to settle within you, but because you are simply allowing yourself to be with what is. The monk's voice continues softly in the background. Equanimity is not indifference or detachment in the sense of avoidance. It is the ability to be present with all experiences without clinging to pleasure or resisting pain. When we cultivate equanimity, we begin to see that everything, even our most challenging emotions and thoughts, are temporary. They come and go, and we are not defined by them. You feel a deep sense of relaxation spreading through your body, a quiet inner stillness that grows as you continue to observe your experience without judgment. The more you focus on the present moment, the more the grip of your thoughts loosens. The ache in your back, the coolness on your face, the flickering of the candles, it all becomes part of the landscape of your awareness. None of it demands attention or resistance. It simply is. The monk speaks again. Equanimity allows us to be fully present with the reality of each moment. We are not trying to force our experiences into any particular shape or outcome. Instead, we simply observe them, accepting them as they are, without clinging to any of them. This brings peace, peace that is not dependent on circumstances, but on our ability to remain steady regardless of them. You reflect on this understanding, recognizing how often you have sought peace by attempting to control or change the circumstances around you. In this moment, you realize that peace does not come from altering the world to fit your desires, but from learning to meet each moment with a balanced mind, accepting it as it is. As the session continues, the quiet stillness of the hall deepens, and you feel the collective awareness of the monks around you. The sense of unity of shared practice creates a field of profound tranquility. You breathe deeply, feeling the growing peace within you. Each breath is a reminder that equanimity is not something you need to seek outside yourself, but something you cultivate from within. It is a state of being that arises when you stop fighting with reality and allow yourself to be present with it fully and without resistance. The monk's final words echo in your mind as the evening meditation draws to a close. When we cultivate equanimity, we become free from the ups and downs of our emotions, free from the constant chatter of our thoughts. We find peace not by avoiding life's difficulties, but by embracing them with a steady heart. This is the path of wisdom, the path of inner freedom. As the bell rings to signal the end of meditation, you open your eyes, feeling a quiet sense of calm and clarity. The room, The monks, the air all feel different now, suffused with a deeper sense of presence. You stand, your body relaxed, your mind steady. The practice of equanimity has not only deepened your meditation, but has shifted your entire perspective on how to meet life's experiences. With each breath, you feel more aligned with the flow of life, more accepting of whatever comes, and more at peace with yourself. Voice gently breaks the silence. Now, as we bring this session to a close, remember that the essence of equanimity lies not in controlling your experiences, but in how you relate to them. Whether pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral, all experiences arise and fade according to conditions. When we stop identifying with them, when we stop reacting to them, we create a space of peace within ourselves. You feel a deep sense of calm settling in your body and mind. The sensations, thoughts, and emotions that once might have stirred agitation or craving now appear as passing phenomena, fleeting and impermanent. There is no longer a need to grasp or resist them. They simply arise, exist for a moment, and then fade away. With this realization, the weight of attachment begins to loosen. You observe the ongoing parade of experiences in your mind with a newfound sense of freedom, not bound to any of them, not identifying with any one thought, feeling, or sensation. Equanimity does not ask you to deny or suppress your emotions. The monk continues his voice steady and calm. Rather, it invites you to meet each moment with awareness and balance. It's the understanding that nothing is permanent, that nothing is truly yours to cling to, and that everything has its own natural course. The stillness in the hall is palpable now as you sit with your experience. You sense the space between thoughts, the pause between breaths, and in that space, you find clarity. The monk's words continue to resonate in your mind. Nothing needs to be grasped. Nothing needs to be pushed away. The practice of simply being with what arises without judgment or desire to change fills you with a deep sense of inner peace. As you open your eyes, the evening light seems softer, the room more present, the air more alive. You feel as though your perspective has subtly shifted. The same external world remains, but your inner experience feels lighter, clearer, and more accepting. You now understand that peace does not come from changing what is around you, but from how you meet it, how you allow it to be without clinging or pushing away. The monk's final words echo in the quiet of the hall. True freedom is not in avoiding life's challenges, but in meeting them with equanimity. When we see all experiences, pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral, as temporary, as conditioned by countless causes, we can begin to respond with wisdom rather than reaction. This is the heart of Buddhist practice. The bell rings again, signaling the conclusion of the evening practice. You rise from your cushion with a quiet sense of contentment, your mind steady and calm. The practice of equanimity has not only deepened your meditation, but has shifted your approach to life itself. The world outside may still present its challenges, but within you, there is a growing space of peace and balance, a place where you can meet whatever comes with an open heart, steady mind, and a deep sense of acceptance. Soft glow from the lanterns feels warm and intimate the quiet around you, deepening your awareness. As you sit with the monk, sipping your tea, slowly, you notice how the practice of mindfulness in this moment transforms the act of drinking into something sacred, something to be fully experienced. The warmth of the cup in your hands, the delicate aroma of the green tea, the slight bitterness of its taste. All of these details would have gone unnoticed if your mind had been elsewhere. The monk watches you with a serene expression, as if he understands the shift occurring within you. This is the power of mindfulness. He says, his voice gentle but profound. In every moment, there is richness, there is life. But most of the time, we are too caught up in thoughts about the past or future to fully experience what is happening right now. You reflect on his words, realizing how often you've gone through the motions of daily life, eating, walking, talking, without truly being present in those moments. It's as if you've been a spectator in your own life, rushing through experiences instead of savoring them. The simple act of drinking tea has reminded you how much you've missed, how much depth there is in the smallest of experiences when you give them your full attention. People live in a haze of distraction. The monk continues, and in doing so, they miss the connections between causes and effects. They plant seeds without awareness, not realizing that every action, no matter how small, has consequences. They wonder why things turn out the way they do, without understanding the role they've played in shaping their experiences. The monk takes another sip of his tea, the quiet stillness of the room enveloping both of you. Mindfulness is not just about being present in moments of peace, but also in moments of struggle. When we bring our full awareness to what is happening, we begin to see the causes and conditions that have led to our current situation. We begin to see the interconnectedness of all things, and in that understanding, we can choose how to respond with wisdom and clarity. As you sip your tea, you begin to feel a deeper sense of connection, not just to the moment, but to the larger flow of life, to the causes and conditions that have brought you here. The practice of mindfulness, so simple and yet so powerful, has shown you how often you've been unaware of the connections between your actions, thoughts, and experiences. Now, with each sip, you see how everything is intertwined, how every moment is a seed being planted, shaping the future in ways you may not yet understand. The monk smiles, sensing your growing understanding. When we are present, we see the patterns that we might otherwise miss. We recognize that everything, even the most challenging moments, arises from causes and conditions, and that they too are part of the unfolding path. Nothing is random. Everything happens for a reason. As the evening draws on, the quiet in the room deepens. The monks below continue their tasks, the gentle hum of life continuing in the monastery. You realize that just as the tea has its own natural flavor, so too does life. When you are fully present, you can taste its richness, savor its moments, and understand the deeper connections that shape your experience. With each moment, you grow more aware of the causes and conditions at play, and with that awareness, you are able to navigate life's currents with greater clarity and purpose. In the stillness of the room, the monk's final words resonate deeply within you. Life like this tea is best experienced with full awareness. When we bring mindfulness to every moment, we see the connections, we understand the reasons, and we respond with wisdom. This is the path of understanding, the path of true freedom, responsibility for the conditions you can influence, and to cultivate a deeper awareness of the interconnectedness of all beings. Life is not about seeking to understand suffering in order to assign blame, but about recognizing the causes that create suffering and working to alleviate them where possible. You reflect on this deeply, considering how often you've seen suffering in others, and how easy it is to fall into the trap of assuming that their circumstances are the result of their own actions, or even worse, a consequence of some moral failing. The monk's clarification offers you a new lens, one that shifts the focus away from blame and toward compassion. As you sit there, the warmth of the tea now comforting you, begin to see how the teachings on cause and effect, or karma, aren't about explaining suffering in a way that justifies it, but about understanding its roots in a broader, more compassionate context. You realize that when you meet suffering with judgment, you only deepen the divide, whereas when you meet it with compassion, you open the door to healing and understanding. Each person, the monk continues, is a product of countless causes and conditions, many of which are beyond their control. To understand karma is to see that all lives are interconnected. What one person experiences is shaped by their past actions, yes, but also by the actions of others, by societal structures, by the environment, and by conditions that have been set in motion long before them. His words cause you to reflect on the complex web of factors that influence a person's life. The poverty a child might be born into, the diseases they might suffer from the hardships they might face. These aren't signs of some cosmic punishment, but the result of complex conditions that have interwoven over time. Understanding this brings a sense of humility. No one is solely responsible for their suffering or their circumstances, just as no one can claim sole credit for their successes. Therefore, the monk continues, true understanding of karma leads to a response rooted in compassion and responsibility. We don't ask, what did this person do to deserve this? We ask, how can I help create better conditions for this person and for others? You sit with this question in silence, feeling its weight. It shifts your perspective. Instead of focusing on why things happen the way they do, you begin to think about how you can contribute to alleviating suffering and creating positive change for others. The focus moves away from judgment and toward action, toward compassion, and toward collective responsibility. The monk smiles, sensing your shift in understanding. When we begin to see how we are all connected, how our actions ripple outward, we begin to understand our role in shaping the world, not just for ourselves, but for others as well. True karma is not about deserving or not deserving, but about recognizing the profound interconnectedness of all beings and using that awareness to act with wisdom, kindness, and compassion. You pause, allowing the quiet stillness of the room to envelop you. The lanterns glow gently, casting soft shadows that seem to mirror the soft, gradual shift within you. The simplicity of the tea, now cool, continues to remind you of impermanence, how everything changes, how everything flows. Even your own understanding, you realize, is in a constant state of change, growing and deepening as you learn to embrace these teachings. The monk places his empty cup down and looks at you with gentle eyes. As you carry these teachings with you, he says, use them to foster compassion in your heart and wisdom in your actions. Understand that everything happens for a reason, but that reason is not always something we can see or understand fully. What we can understand, however, is our response. And that response can be one of compassion, of creating better conditions, and of seeking to ease the suffering of others. You nod slowly, feeling a deep sense of gratitude for the insights the monk has shared. As you rise from the small tea table, you feel a quiet determination to carry these teachings forward. The night sky outside, with its bright stars and clear sky, seems to reflect the clarity beginning to emerge within you. And as you make your way back to your room, you know that these lessons will continue to unfold within you, shaping your responses to the world in more compassionate and mindful ways, and fade like ripples on the surface of a calm pond. You observe them, with the same mindfulness you've been practicing throughout the day, watching without grasping, without becoming involved in their stories. There's a subtle shift in your awareness, a sense of ease in simply observing your mind's activity without judgment or attachment. As you settle deeper into the quiet, you realize how much of your usual thinking is rooted in the past or future worries about what has happened or what might come. The present moment, this simple space between waking and sleep, is where true peace resides. You begin to understand more clearly how the mind in its constant grasping can pull us away from the natural unfolding of the moment, causing unnecessary tension and suffering. The teachings on impermanence, karma, and equanimity have begun to take root. The interconnectedness of all things, the understanding that every experience has a cause and will fade when conditions change, offers a quiet kind of freedom. You're no longer seeking to control every moment or hold on to specific outcomes. Instead, you're learning to meet each moment with clarity, allowing things to come and go as they naturally do. As the candlelight flickers and the night deepens, you feel a sense of gratitude for the wisdom shared today. The simplicity of the room, the austere comfort of the mat, and the stillness of the evening all serve as a reminder of the core teachings to embrace what is to let go of the need for constant comfort and to be present with the unfolding of life no matter the conditions. With that awareness, you allow your body to relax further, letting go of the tension that had built up over the course of the day. Thoughts continue to pass, but with less attachment, less urgency. You let the teachings settle deeper, knowing that the work isn't about forcing understanding, but about allowing it to unfold naturally, like a flower gradually opening to the light. As sleep begins to take you, you rest in the quiet, knowing that tomorrow will bring new experiences, new opportunities for mindfulness, and new chances to respond with equanimity. The teachings, like the soft glow of the candle, will continue to illuminate your path, helping you navigate the ever-changing conditions of life with greater wisdom, compassion, and peace. And as you drift into sleep, you feel a sense of calm, a deep understanding that even in dreams, everything arises from causes and conditions. And just as you've begun to understand in waking life, there too lies a profound opportunity for learning, if only you remain present to it. Challenges. We will explore how to meet life's difficulties, not as burdens, but as opportunities for growth and transformation. You follow the monk down the familiar paths of the monastery, feeling the cool morning air brush against your skin. The clarity of the morning light, along with the tranquility of the monastery, feels like a natural continuation of the peaceful state you found within yourself the previous night. As you walk, you notice how the world around you continues its rhythm. Monks moving with purpose, the sound of footsteps on stone, the soft hum of morning life, all part of the unfolding moment, each action connected to the next. The monk leads you to a small outdoor courtyard where the air is fresh, filled with the scent of earth and pine. He gestures for you to sit and listen. As we move through life, we often view difficulties as disruptions to our peace. But when we understand the natural law of cause and effect, we begin to see that these difficulties are not random. They are part of a larger interconnected process that invites us to respond skillfully. You take your seat, settling onto the cushion in front of the monk. His words seem to create a deeper sense of awareness within you, and you reflect on how often you viewed challenges as unwanted interruptions. But now, As the morning light spills over the courtyard, it begins to feel like you are being invited to reconsider how you engage with life's inevitable difficulties, challenges. The monk continues, are not something to avoid or fear. They are the very conditions that shape us, that push us to grow in wisdom, patience, and compassion. Everything, whether we perceive it as good or bad, is part of the unfolding process of life. Our task is not to resist the flow, but to understand and adapt to it. You consider this new perspective thinking about past challenges in your life. Times when suffering felt unjust, when difficulties seemed to overwhelm you. The thought arises that perhaps the resistance to these moments, the attempt to control, to avoid, or to judge them, has been the source of much of your distress. If you had allowed yourself to respond to those situations with mindfulness and understanding, rather than resistance, perhaps the experience would have unfolded differently. The monk observes your contemplation. Just as a sculptor works with the stone, not against it, we must learn to work with the conditions of our lives. The stone is not a burden. It is the material through which we shape our lives. When we understand this, we begin to see that challenges are not obstacles, but opportunities for transformation. This is why everything happens for a reason. As the monk speaks, you can see how this teaching weaves together with your previous learnings, how impermanence, cause and effect, and mindfulness all play a part in transforming your response to life. You begin to understand that life in all its moments, whether seemingly joyful or difficult, offers you the materials for your growth. How you respond to each moment is what shapes your experience. Today, the monk says, breaking your reflections, we will practice responding to difficulties with awareness and equanimity. We will observe how even in moments of challenge, there is an opportunity to meet life with balance and clarity. This is how we transform suffering into wisdom. As the session continues, the monk guides you through an exercise in mindfulness, teaching you to observe your emotions and reactions when challenges arise, not as problems to be solved, but as natural conditions that you can respond to with grace and presence. It becomes clear that this practice is not about eliminating hardship, but about shifting your relationship to it, seeing it as part of a greater process of growth and transformation. As the morning practice concludes, you feel a deeper sense of peace within yourself. You are beginning to see life through new eyes, not as a series of random events or burdens to bear, but as a continuous unfolding process rich with opportunities for learning, growth, and wisdom. You understand more clearly now that the path of mindfulness and equanimity is not about avoiding difficulty, but about responding to it with wisdom, compassion, and understanding. The monk smiles, sensing the shift within you. Now, as you move through the day, he says, remember that everything, even the challenges you face, happens for a reason. Not by chance, but as part of the natural flow of causes and conditions. Your task is not to resist what comes, but to meet it with presence, clarity, and a heart open to learning. You leave the courtyard with a renewed sense of purpose, ready to embrace whatever the day brings, knowing that each experience, whether pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral, is part of the greater unfolding of your life's journey. Everything arises due to causes and conditions, the monk continues. We can begin to see that our suffering is not some arbitrary punishment or a sign of personal inadequacy. Rather, it is a result of how we interact with the world around us, how we respond to the conditions that arise. Suffering doesn't arise in a vacuum. It arises from our attachments, our desires, our expectations, and our resistance to what is. You think back to that relationship, recalling the initial heartbreak and how you tried desperately to change the circumstances. The pain, while intense, was made even more difficult by your refusal to accept it. You wanted things to be different, and in your effort to resist the truth, you created even more suffering for yourself. You clung to what was lost, imagining that things could have turned out differently, that if you had acted differently, the outcome could have been avoided. It was only when you finally allowed yourself to accept the situation as it was, without the need for change, without resisting it, that the suffering began to ease. By understanding the causes and conditions of our suffering, the monk says, bringing your attention back to the present moment, we can begin to respond to it with wisdom. Instead of resisting, instead of trying to escape, we can meet suffering with awareness, seeing it clearly for what it is without adding layers of judgment or story. He pauses, allowing the garden's quiet sounds to fill the space between his words. This is not about denying the pain or pretending it doesn't exist. It is about recognizing that suffering is a natural part of life. It is impermanent, and it arises from conditions that we can understand and in time respond to with greater wisdom. The butterfly that passed earlier now seems like a reminder of impermanence. Its delicate wings flutter briefly in the air, a perfect image of how all things, including suffering, are fleeting. The monk observes the butterfly, then looks at you. Suffering is like this butterfly, he says softly. It arises and passes. If we fight against it, if we try to hold on to or push away the pain, we prolong our suffering. But if we meet it with awareness, understanding its roots, and letting it pass in its own time, we create space for healing. You sit in silence for a moment, reflecting on the depth of his words. You can feel the shift in your understanding, a shift from seeing suffering as something to avoid at all costs, to seeing it as part of the natural unfolding of life, something that, while difficult, is not inherently bad. You begin to realize that your relationship to suffering, the way you respond to it, makes all the difference in how much it controls your life. The monk continues, by understanding that everything arises from conditions, we can also understand that suffering is not personal. It is not a punishment. It is simply the result of the way things have unfolded, influenced by countless causes that are beyond our immediate control. Our task is not to fight against it, but to learn to respond with wisdom. And when we meet suffering with understanding and acceptance, it begins to lose its power over us. You remember the earlier instruction to observe suffering with clear awareness, not pushing it away or getting caught up in stories about why it is happening. Instead, you begin to see suffering as a natural condition, like a storm that will pass once the causes have changed. You realize that, like the butterfly, your pain can be fleeting, and that your task is to simply observe it, without clinging, without resistance. Today, the monk says, standing up and offering a hand to help you to your feet, we will practice responding to suffering with this clear awareness, not by avoiding it, not by denying it, but by accepting it, understanding it, and allowing it to unfold naturally. By doing so, we transform our relationship with suffering and create the conditions for greater peace. As you both walk back toward the monastery, you feel a deep sense of clarity and calm. The teaching on suffering has shifted your understanding not just of the pain you've experienced, but of the pain in the world around you. You begin to see that suffering is not something to fear or resist, but something to understand and work with. It is part of the ever-changing nature of life. And through mindfulness and wisdom, you can navigate it with greater equanimity. The day ahead will surely bring more opportunities to practice this new perspective. And as you take a breath and step forward, you feel more prepared to meet whatever arises with awareness, acceptance, and understanding. Appears to be good fortune may later be understood as a potential challenge. The farmer, with his calm and balanced response, embodies equanimity. He doesn't react impulsively to life's fluctuations, but understands that all events are interconnected, shaped by countless causes and conditions, many of which are beyond anyone's control. The monk smiles gently, watching your contemplation. The farmer's wisdom lies not in resisting what happens, but in accepting the uncertainty of life. He doesn't cling to the labels of good or bad. Instead, he remains open to the unfolding process, recognizing that the true nature of any situation often reveals itself only with time. You reflect on this, seeing how often you have rushed to label experiences in your own life, quickly categorizing them as either fortunate or unfortunate. There is a wisdom in the farmer's response, his ability to remain unattached to the immediate judgments of circumstances, knowing that the full impact of an event may not be clear until later. The monk continues, "We are often quick to assign meaning to events as they happen, particularly when things don't go as we expect. But this story teaches us that we cannot truly know the full picture at any given moment. What we view as a setback may in time reveal itself as an opportunity for growth. And what we see as a success may over time prove to be less beneficial than we initially thought. Life is constantly shifting, and our reactions to it shape our experience. A sense of quiet understanding begins to settle in your mind. You see how your tendency to judge events quickly, to assign them labels based on your immediate desires or fears, only creates suffering. When you can step back and allow events to unfold naturally without clinging to immediate outcomes or rushing to conclusions, you open yourself to a deeper sense of peace and clarity. This is why everything happens for a reason." The monk concludes, his voice soft but firm. Not because life is following some grand predestined plan, but because everything arises from causes and conditions. When we understand that nothing happens in isolation, we can begin to respond to life with greater wisdom and equanimity. We stop reacting out of fear or desire, and instead, we allow ourselves to engage with the world as it is, knowing that each moment, whether pleasant or difficult, is part of the larger process of life unfolding. As the morning sun continues to warm the garden, you feel the truth of the monk's words settling into your heart. Life's uncertainties, its ups and downs, are not something to resist or fear. Instead, they are the conditions that shape your growth, offering opportunities for wisdom, compassion, and self-understanding. The challenge is not in trying to control or predict life, but in learning to meet each moment with open awareness, accepting whatever arises, and trusting that everything happens for a reason. The monk stands, signaling that the time has come to continue the day's practice. "Remember," he says with a final glance, "the farmer's response is one we can all strive to embody. When faced with the inevitable ups and downs of life, we don't need to rush to judgment. We can meet each experience with equanimity, trusting that in time, the reasons behind everything will become clearer." As you rise from the bench, you feel a deep sense of gratitude for the simple wisdom of the farmer's story and the teachings that have helped you see the world with greater clarity. The day ahead may bring new experiences, but you now feel more equipped to meet them with an open mind and heart, knowing that each one is an opportunity for growth, positive conditions moving forward. This pause allows us to respond with clarity rather than reacting impulsively. It creates the space needed to consider our response with wisdom rather than being swept away by the emotions or stories that typically arise. You reflect on this practice of pausing before reacting. It's not always easy to do, especially when emotions run high. But the more you practice, the more you can create that space. Instead of reacting automatically, whether with frustration, desire, or fear, you can allow yourself to pause, to breathe, and to connect with a deeper sense of understanding. The monk continues. This pause is not about suppressing emotions or pretending they don't exist. It's about not allowing them to dictate your actions. Emotions are a natural part of being human, but when we act from them without awareness, we often create more suffering for ourselves and others. You watch as the monk places the small pebble back on the path, its smooth surface unchanged. This pebble, like every moment, is just a part of the unfolding process, he says. The conditions that led to its being here are countless, from the earth that shaped it to the footsteps that passed by it. Just as the pebble is shaped by many forces, so too are our experiences. By understanding the conditions that give rise to our responses, we can begin to meet life with more clarity and less emotional reactivity. You take in his words and begin to understand more deeply that emotional balance isn't about avoiding or suppressing emotions, but about developing the wisdom to understand and respond to them skillfully. It's about seeing the bigger picture, understanding that every emotion, every experience arises from a web of causes and conditions. And just as we don't judge the pebble for its place on the path, we can choose not to judge our experiences as inherently good or bad, but to simply observe them with awareness and clarity. And the more we practice this, the monk adds, the more we begin to see the interconnectedness of all things, and the less we are controlled by our desires, fears, or frustrations. We can celebrate joy, yes, but we do so with an understanding that joy, like all things, is impermanent. And when we face sorrow or pain, we can meet it with the same understanding, knowing that it too will pass as the conditions change. You feel the weight of this teaching settle deeper within you. Instead of fighting against life's inevitable challenges, you now see that the path forward is about learning to meet them with understanding, not reacting in haste, but responding with clarity and mindfulness. You feel a growing sense of peace, as if the emotional turbulence that often dominated your responses to life is beginning to calm, replaced by a more centered awareness. The monk gives you a final smile. Remember, he says, it is not about escaping life's difficulties, but about understanding them for what they are, conditions arising, shifting, and passing. When we see them with clear eyes, we are able to navigate life with more wisdom, more compassion, and more peace. As the morning light continues to pour over the monastery, you feel a deep sense of gratitude for these teachings. You realize that each moment, whether calm or challenging, offers an opportunity for growth, and that the true practice lies in how you meet those moments with awareness, patience, and balance. With this new understanding, you feel more ready to approach the day with a clear mind, an open heart, and a deep trust in the unfolding of life's process. The hands of the farmers who tended them, the workers who transported the food, the cooks who prepared it, All of these conditions converged to bring this meal to us today. We are participants in this intricate web, not separate from it. When we recognize this, we see that the food before us is not just nourishment for the body, but a direct result of countless causes and conditions. We are part of a much larger process, and this understanding helps us appreciate even the simplest moments of life. You sit quietly, absorbing his words as you take in the scene. The monks around you move gracefully, each person focused on the task at hand. There is no rush, no conversation, just a quiet shared purpose in the act of eating together. The simplicity of the room, the absence of distractions creates an atmosphere of mindfulness and connection. Take a moment before you eat. The monk continues, to truly appreciate what has brought this food to you. The warmth of the sun, the rain, the earth, all of these elements have worked together to create the conditions for this meal. When you eat with this awareness, you will notice a deeper sense of gratitude for what is before you. You will feel more connected to the world, to the earth, to all beings who have contributed to this moment. You follow his suggestion, closing your eyes for a brief moment and reflecting on the process that brought this meal to you. You feel a deep sense of gratitude for all the conditions, both seen and unseen, that made it possible. The simple act of eating becomes an opportunity to practice mindfulness, to connect with the larger flow of life, and to appreciate the beauty in even the smallest of moments. The monk's voice breaks your quiet reflection. Now, as you eat, remember the teachings we have discussed today. The food you eat is part of the natural unfolding of causes and conditions. Each bite, each sensation, is part of a larger process. As you continue to eat, observe how your mind responds to the food, whether you experience enjoyment, boredom, or even resistance. Notice how these responses arise and pass away, just like the rain clouds we saw earlier. The conditions change, and with them, your experience of the food. As you begin to eat, you notice the flavors more fully than you usually do. Subtle, simple, yet satisfying. Each bite feels connected to the larger process that brought it to you. The warmth of the food, the texture, the taste all seem to carry more meaning when you approach the act of eating with awareness and gratitude. Understanding that everything happens for a reason, the monk continues, is not about turning life into a series of intellectual concepts or philosophies. It is about experiencing the world with mindfulness, recognizing the interconnectedness of all things, and acting with wisdom in response to the conditions around you. You reflect on this as you eat, seeing how this simple meal is both an opportunity to nourish your body and a reminder of the deeper truths that govern your life. By practicing mindfulness in even the smallest actions, you begin to understand how everything, every meal, every interaction, every moment is an opportunity to connect with the larger flow of life and to respond with greater wisdom. Now, as you finish your meal, the monk says, remember that this is not the end of the teaching. It is just one more step in the ongoing process of understanding and practice. When we begin to see that everything arises from causes and conditions, we become more aware of how our actions, thoughts, and responses create the conditions for what comes next. We work with the flow of life rather than against it. You finish your meal with a deep sense of appreciation, feeling the interconnectedness of everything: the food, the monks around you, the land, the weather, and the countless conditions that brought you here. It's a simple meal, yet it carries profound meaning. when approached with mindfulness and awareness. The monk stands, signaling that the meal is complete. Now let's continue our day with the same mindfulness, the same understanding. Whatever comes next, whether pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral, remember that it is a part of the unfolding process. Respond to it with wisdom, knowing that every moment is an opportunity for growth, learning, and connection. As you leave the dining hall, you feel a renewed sense of peace and clarity. Today's teachings, simple yet profound, have deepened your understanding of how everything, even the smallest actions, is part of a larger flow. You carry this awareness with you, ready to meet whatever the rest of the day brings, with open awareness and mindfulness. As you enter the library, the cool, quiet atmosphere is a welcome contrast to the warmth outside. The room is filled with shelves of well-worn books, some with delicate leather-bound covers, others with faded paper and ink. There's a reverence in the air, as if the space itself holds centuries of wisdom and knowledge. The monk leads you to a low wooden table in the center of the room, where an open text lies. This, the monk says, pointing to the book, is an ancient teaching on the nature of interdependence. It is a key to understanding how everything happens for a reason. The Buddha spoke extensively about the interconnectedness of all things, and this text offers a deeper explanation of how all phenomena arise based on causes and conditions. You sit down, intrigued by the delicate script that fills the pages. The monk begins to read aloud in a soft voice, his tone calm and steady, allowing the words to resonate with each passing phrase. As he reads, you begin to understand that this teaching isn't just about abstract concepts. It's about seeing the world differently, recognizing how everything is interwoven, how no event, no person, no experience is ever truly separate from the whole. The monk pauses after a few lines, letting the words sink in. This teaching reminds us, he says, that nothing exists independently. Each moment, each experience, each being is shaped by countless conditions, past actions, thoughts, and experiences, many of which we may never fully comprehend. But that doesn't mean we cannot see their effects. By cultivating awareness, we begin to notice the web of connections that form every experience. You reflect on this understanding that the rain from earlier was not an isolated event. It was the result of countless conditions, the temperature, the humidity, the wind patterns, all of which came together to bring the rain. Similarly, the events of your life, the successes, the challenges, the moments of peace, and the times of difficulty are all part of a vast network of causes and conditions, each one shaping the other. The more we become aware of these connections, the monk continues, the more we begin to see that nothing happens by chance. Everything arises for a reason, according to the natural laws of cause and effect. And when we understand this, we begin to approach life with a sense of humility and gratitude, knowing that we are part of this larger process. You sit in silence, taking in the monk's words, feeling the weight of this teaching settle into your understanding. It's not about controlling life or forcing things to go a certain way, but about recognizing that life is constantly unfolding, shaped by conditions beyond our control, and that our role is to respond to these conditions with wisdom, patience, and compassion. The library houses many teachings on this subject, the monk says, closing the book gently. But the most important understanding comes not just from reading these texts, but from experiencing life directly. Each moment, each encounter is an opportunity to see the conditions at play, to understand the causes that have led to this experience, and to respond in a way that creates more positive conditions moving forward. He stands and motions for you to follow him as he leads you through the library, past rows of ancient books and scrolls. You've experienced this today already through walking meditation, through the meal, through observing the rain. Life offers countless opportunities to practice mindfulness, to observe how everything happens for a reason. And with each practice, we grow in our understanding of how to work with, rather than against, the conditions around us. As you walk with the monk, you feel a growing sense of gratitude for the simple wisdom that has been shared with you throughout the day. The idea that everything happens for a reason, and that by understanding the causes and conditions at play, you can respond with greater wisdom and compassion, has begun to take root within you. Each moment is an opportunity to practice this awareness, and you realize that life in all its moments, whether pleasant or difficult, offers the chance for growth learning and deeper understanding. Now, the monk says, pausing at the door of the library, let's return to the main hall. There is still much to explore. Remember, every experience, no matter how small, is a part of the larger unfolding of life. By meeting each moment with awareness, we begin to see the interconnectedness of all things, and this understanding leads us to live more skillfully, with greater wisdom and compassion. As you leave the library and walk back into the monastery courtyard, the afternoon sun now shining softly through the trees, you feel a quiet sense of peace and clarity. The day's teachings have deepened your understanding of how everything unfolds according to causes and conditions, and how by responding mindfully to life's unfolding, you can create more positive conditions for yourself and others. The journey of learning and growth continues, but with each step, you feel more aligned with the natural flow of life, ready to meet whatever comes with awareness, patience, and an open heart. Some grand plan or design, but because everything arises as a result of preceding causes and conditions following the natural laws of cause and effect. It's a process that stretches across time and space, from the largest cosmic events to the most intimate personal experiences. You sit in quiet reflection, considering the enormity of what the monk is saying. The idea that everything, every experience, every thought, every emotion is a result of a vast web of interconnected causes and conditions shifts your understanding of yourself and the world. The self you thought of as independent, separate, and fixed now seems fluid, continuously changing and shaped by countless influences. The monk continues noticing your deepening contemplation. When we begin to see ourselves and the world as processes rather than as fixed entities, we can approach life with more flexibility. We stop clinging to rigid ideas about who we are or how things should be. Instead, we see our thoughts, our emotions, and our reactions as parts of a larger unfolding process, one that we are both shaped by and shaping in every moment. You think about your own life and how many times you have clung to a fixed identity or resisted the natural flow of change. How often have you resisted difficult emotions or tried to force certain outcomes only to find that such resistance only created more suffering? The idea that you are not a fixed entity, but a process that unfolds in response to countless conditions begins to feel freeing. It means that change, growth, and even suffering are all part of the natural flow of things, and you are not bound by a rigid, unchanging self. Consider the example of the plant again. The monk says, bringing you back to the present moment. A plant grows, but it is never truly separate from the soil, the sunlight, the rain, the air. It exists because all these conditions come together. Similarly, you exist because of countless conditions: your family, your culture, your experiences, your environment. You are not a separate, isolated being, but part of an intricate web of interconnectedness. The simplicity of the example makes it all the more powerful. A plant does not struggle to be something it is not. It grows naturally, responding to the conditions around it. In the same way, you can begin to approach your own life with more ease, understanding that you don't need to fight against the conditions of your existence. Instead, you can learn to flow with them, seeing them not as obstacles to your sense of self, but as opportunities for growth. The monk picks up the book again, continuing. This understanding of dependent origination invites us to see our thoughts, emotions, and reactions not as fixed truths, but as conditioned processes. When we stop taking our experiences so personally, we create space for compassion and wisdom. We begin to see ourselves and others as part of a dynamic, ever-changing process, rather than as fixed, isolated beings. He pauses, letting the weight of this understanding sink in. When we recognize that everything, including ourselves, arises from conditions, we stop taking things so personally. We let go of the need to control or resist, and instead, we learn to work with the flow of life. This is not passivity. It's an active engagement with reality, a recognition that while we can't control all the conditions, we can choose how we respond to them. You sit with these thoughts, realizing how much of your past suffering has come from taking things personally, from resisting the natural flow of life, or from clinging to an idea of who you thought you were, or what you thought you deserved. But now, with this new perspective, you begin to see how much more freedom there is in understanding that you are part of a larger, ever-changing process. This doesn't make life any less challenging, but it does allow you to meet challenges with greater wisdom and flexibility. Everything happens for a reason. The monk concludes, not because of fate or destiny, but because everything arises in dependence on causes and conditions. When we understand this, we are no longer bound by the illusion of a fixed self or a fixed world. We become more present, more compassionate, and more engaged with life as it unfolds. As the monk closes the book and rises from the table, you feel a deep sense of peace settle within you. The teachings of dependent origination have opened up a new way of seeing the world, a way that is fluid, interconnected, and deeply rooted in the natural laws of cause and effect. You are not separate from life, but an active participant in its unfolding, shaped by countless conditions and shaping the world around you in turn. With this understanding, you feel ready to continue your journey, knowing that everything happens for a reason, unfolding according to the natural laws that govern all things. And as you leave the library, you carry this wisdom with you, ready to meet the world not as a fixed entity, but as a process constantly growing, changing, and responding to the conditions of life. An unchanging entity. We often think of ourselves as solid, independent beings, but in truth, we are constantly changing, shaped by a multitude of conditions, many of which are beyond our immediate awareness or control. Just as the reflection in the water depends on the conditions of the water, the light and your position, so too does your sense of self depend on countless external and internal conditions. You watch your reflection, noticing how it shifts with the slightest movement of the water. It no longer seems like a solid image, but something fluid, changing in response to the conditions around it. In the same way, your sense of identity, your thoughts, emotions, and reactions are not fixed. They arise and pass away based on a complex web of conditions: biological, environmental, social, and personal. Just as you cannot separate the reflection from the water, the monk continues, you cannot separate yourself from the conditions that shape you. You are not an isolated self independent from the world around you. You are a process continuously arising and transforming, shaped by and shaping the conditions in which you find yourself. The frog resting at the edge of the pond creates more ripples as it shifts slightly. The ripples spread outward, expanding across the water's surface, touching everything in their path. See how the frog's movement creates ripples that affect the whole pond. The monk says, your actions, your thoughts, your words create ripples in the world around you. Just as the frog's movement cannot be isolated from the pond, your life is interconnected with the lives of others, with nature, with the world. You sit quietly, reflecting on the image of the pond and the ripples. You begin to understand more deeply that nothing happens in isolation, and that every action you take, no matter how small, has an impact on the world around you. This realization brings a sense of both responsibility and peace. If everything is interconnected, then your choices matter not just for yourself, but for the larger web of life. Everything you experience, the monk continues, is part of this interconnected web. Your thoughts, your emotions, your actions, and your responses all create conditions that shape your life and the lives of those around you. When you understand this, you begin to see that nothing happens by chance. Everything arises due to causes and conditions, and when we understand these conditions, we can respond with wisdom and compassion, creating positive ripples in the world. As you look at your reflection, you feel a deep sense of clarity. The notion of a fixed, separate self is beginning to dissolve, replaced by a more fluid, interconnected understanding of who you are. You are not a solitary individual, but a part of a vast network of causes and conditions continually shaped by and shaping the world around you now. The monk says, rising slowly from his kneeling position, we can return to the main path. But remember this lesson, the interdependence of all things, the way each moment, each action, each thought is connected to the whole. When we begin to see ourselves not as separate, independent beings, but as part of a larger interconnected process, we begin to live with more awareness, compassion, and wisdom. You stand and follow him back down the path, feeling a deep sense of interconnectedness with everything around you. The teachings of dependent origination and interconnection have started to reshape how you see yourself and the world. You no longer feel isolated in your thoughts or actions, but deeply part of the larger flow of life, where every moment is shaped by countless conditions and every action creates ripples in the world. So that we can deal with suffering directly without denial or avoidance. By acknowledging its presence in our lives, we are no longer controlled by it. Instead, we begin to understand it, see it for what it is, and create the conditions for a wiser response. As you sit on the stone bench, you feel the weight of his words. For so long, you've tried to avoid or resist suffering, seeing it as something wrong, something to escape. But now, with the Buddha's first noble truth, you begin to see that suffering is not an anomaly or failure of life. It's a natural part of the human experience. When you can accept that it is a part of life, it loses some of its power to disturb you. The second noble truth. The monk continues, points to the cause of suffering, craving, and attachment. This is where we go wrong. We crave pleasure. We cling to things we find comforting or desirable, and we resist or fear things we dislike or find painful. But attachment creates suffering because nothing lasts forever. Everything is in a constant state of change, just as we saw with the rain, the frog, and the dragonfly. You think back to the dragonfly, how it appeared for just a brief moment, a perfect example of the transient nature of life. Its brief existence was beautiful, but it did not cling to the reed. It moved on when the conditions shifted. This understanding of impermanence, the monk explains, allows us to let go of attachment. When we stop clinging to things, we can experience them fully without the fear that they will be lost, because we understand that everything is always changing. The third noble truth tells us that suffering can cease. The monk says, his voice steady and confident. This is the possibility of liberation. When we cease craving, when we let go of attachment, we stop creating the conditions for suffering to arise. It's not about eliminating life's difficulties, but about transforming our relationship with them. When we see suffering as the result of causes and conditions, and we stop resisting the flow of life, we create space for peace. You feel a lightness as you consider this third truth. The idea that suffering can cease is not an abstract promise of a perfect life, but an invitation to live more harmoniously with the flow of life. When you let go of your desire to control or fix everything, you stop adding unnecessary layers of suffering to the difficulties you encounter. The fourth noble truth, the monk continues, is the path that leads to the end of suffering, the eightfold path. It provides practical steps for transforming our actions, speech, thoughts, and understanding. It is not a path of mere avoidance, but one of mindful engagement with the world, creating conditions that lead to wisdom, ethical living, and mental discipline. This path helps us act skillfully in the world, not by avoiding suffering, but by understanding and transforming it. As the sun begins to dip lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the landscape, you realize how the Buddhist teachings are not merely philosophical ideas, but practical tools for navigating the complexity of life. The Four Noble Truths offer a map for living with greater clarity and understanding. Seeing suffering for what it is, recognizing the causes of suffering, understanding that liberation is possible, and taking practical steps to live skillfully. The Buddha's teachings are not meant to be accepted as dogma. The monk says, but to be experienced directly. You can apply these truths to your own life, experiment with them, and see how they resonate with your experience. You will find that by understanding why everything happens for a reason, by seeing that everything arises from causes and conditions, you will begin to live with more wisdom and compassion. You sit in silence, looking out over the valley, taking in the expansive view. From this vantage point, the interconnectedness of all things is clearer. The landscape before you, like your life, is shaped by countless conditions. The weather, the soil, the plants, the animals, the actions of humans, all creating the conditions for what you see. And in the same way, your life with all its ups and downs is part of a larger flow shaped by conditions you can sometimes understand but often cannot control. The monk's words continue to reverberate in your mind. Everything happens for a reason, not because of fate, but because of the natural unfolding of causes and conditions. You are part of that unfolding, and by understanding these truths, you can move through life with greater wisdom and peace. The teaching has offered you a new way to see your life, not as a series of random events, but as a process unfolding according to countless conditions, both known and unknown. You feel more at peace with this understanding, knowing that while you cannot control everything, you can choose how to respond, how to create more skillful conditions, and how to move with the flow of life rather than against it. The monk rises from the bench, motioning for you to join him. "Let us continue walking," he says, "but remember, these teachings are not about avoiding life's challenges. They are about understanding them, responding wisely, and living with compassion. Life will continue to unfold, but with these truths in mind, you will be able to meet it with greater clarity and peace." You stand and follow him back down the path, ready to face whatever comes next, knowing that each step is part of a larger interconnected process. Against what we cannot control. Right view helps us see things as they truly are, interdependent, constantly changing, and shaped by countless causes and conditions. With this understanding, we stop reacting out of habit and begin to respond with wisdom and compassion. You pause, considering how much your suffering has come from misperceptions, how often you've tried to control external conditions, thinking that if you just arrange things perfectly, everything would fall into place. And yet, each time you grasped for something, tried to hold on to it, or pushed it away, you only created more suffering for yourself. The idea that true freedom may not come from perfecting the external world, but from transforming your internal relationship to it, begins to resonate deeply. The path outlined by the Buddha, the monk continues, is not about creating a perfect external life, but about cultivating an inner life that can navigate whatever arises with wisdom and equanimity. It is about changing how we perceive and engage with the world so that we are no longer controlled by our desires, fears, and attachments. As you sit, watching the shifting light of the afternoon across the landscape, you begin to see how the Four Noble Truths form a complete guide to liberation. The first truth simply acknowledges the reality of suffering. The second truth reveals its cause, our craving and attachment to things being a certain way. The third truth offers the hope of cessation, showing that freedom from suffering is possible when we stop clinging to things as they are. And the fourth truth gives us the practical steps to change the way we live through the Eightfold Path. Right view, right intention, right speech, right action. Each aspect of the path works together to transform our relationship with the world. The monk continues his tone, gentle but firm. It's not a one-time fix. It's a complete reorientation of how we engage with life. Each part of the path helps us live with greater awareness, understanding, and skill. And when we understand that everything arises due to conditions, the path becomes a natural response to life as it is rather than a set of rules to be followed. You reflect on how the Buddha's teachings encourage an active engagement with life, not by avoiding suffering, but by understanding it, learning from it, and responding to it with clarity and compassion. The Eightfold Path is not just a set of instructions. It's a way of living that addresses all aspects of human existence, from our thoughts and intentions to our actions, work, and relationships. The beauty of this teaching, the monk says, is that it doesn't ask you to escape reality or deny your experiences. It asks you to understand them, to see them as they are, and to respond in a way that frees you from the cycle of craving and aversion. By practicing right view, we begin to see that we don't need to control everything. We don't need to force life to conform to our desires. We simply need to understand the conditions, accept what is, and act with wisdom. You sit with this, the afternoon sun, now casting long shadows over the monastery grounds. The idea that you don't need to control every condition or situation in your life brings a sense of relief. Life is constantly changing, and by embracing that change, by understanding that everything happens due to causes and conditions, you can approach each moment with greater ease and wisdom. Now let's walk back to the main hall. The monk suggests standing and leading the way. With this understanding of the Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path, we can begin to live with more peace and clarity. We no longer need to resist life, but to engage with it skillfully, knowing that everything, even our struggles, can be opportunities for growth and transformation. You follow him down the path, feeling a quiet sense of peace settle within you. The teachings of the Buddha have not only provided you with a framework for understanding the causes of suffering, but also with practical guidance for how to respond to life with wisdom, mindfulness, and compassion. Each step feels more intentional, each moment more meaningful, as you embrace the understanding that everything, no matter how small or large, arises due to causes and conditions, and that you are an integral part of this interconnected web of life. Windows. The hall is filled with a quiet, focused energy. As you take your place on a cushion, you feel the sense of stillness that has gradually settled in the monastery throughout the day. The teachings, though profound, are now beginning to feel more alive within you, as if they are preparing to take root in your experience, rather than remaining purely intellectual concepts. The essence of the Buddha's path, your teacher says, is not to understand these teachings merely as concepts, but to live them, to embody them in every thought, word, and action. The meditation we practice here is not separate from the wisdom of the teachings. It is the means by which we directly experience the truth of interdependence, of impermanence, and of the path that leads to liberation. You settle into your seat, the posture of meditation, helping to anchor you in the present moment. Your body, though, still feels alive with subtle energy. The breath becomes your focal point as you begin to follow its natural rhythm. In the quiet of the hall, you notice the sound of breathing, the in-breath, the out-breath, each one arising and passing impermanent, just like everything else. As you settle deeper, the subtle shifting of thoughts begins, just as the light outside shifts with the setting sun. Some thoughts arise and then disappear, like clouds passing through the sky. Others remain a little longer, but eventually they too fade. Your teacher's words echo in your mind. When we recognize that all phenomena arise, exist, and cease according to conditions, we stop fighting reality and start working skillfully within it. You begin to experience this truth directly as you sit in stillness. Thoughts are not something to fight against. They are part of the ever-changing landscape of the mind, influenced by countless conditions. Instead of struggling against them, you allow them to arise, to exist for their moment, and to pass away. This simple act of observation, without attachment or aversion, feels like the first step toward working skillfully within your own mind. The bell rings again this time, signaling the end of the meditation session. As the sound reverberates through the hall, you open your eyes, feeling a deep sense of peace. The external world feels more connected now, more integrated with your inner state. You have spent the afternoon practicing not only mindfulness of the breath, but mindfulness of the unfolding of thoughts, sensations, and experiences as they arise and pass, just like the shifting clouds you saw earlier. The monk stands signaling the conclusion of the meditation. The purpose of this practice, he says, is to allow you to see clearly, to develop the wisdom and the insight that comes with understanding impermanence, interdependence, and the nature of suffering. As we cultivate right mindfulness, right concentration, and right effort, we begin to see things as they truly are, without the filter of our habitual responses, our attachments, or our aversions. You rise from the cushion, feeling the shift in your awareness. The teachings of the day, the Four Noble Truths, the Eightfold Path have begun to feel more like lived experience rather than concepts to be memorized. As you walk back to the main buildings, you are reminded of the changing conditions in the world around you. The evening is settling in the last light of day, casting long shadows across the monastery grounds. You are no longer simply observing these changes. You are experiencing them, understanding them, and beginning to live them. Your teacher's voice continues to resonate in your mind. When we stop fighting against reality and begin working skillfully within it, we find peace not in changing the world around us, but in transforming the way we respond to it. As you move through the monastery, you feel that the teachings are becoming a part of you, not separate from your life, but woven into it. The understanding that everything happens for a reason, that all phenomena arise, exist, and cease based on conditions, has started to sink deep into your consciousness. This perspective is no longer just an intellectual understanding, but a direct experience, one that you can bring with you into every moment of your life. The evening is just beginning, and you feel ready to meet it with mindfulness, wisdom, and compassion, working with life's ever-changing conditions rather than fighting against them. Meditation deepens. Notice the awareness that observes these sensations, emotions, and thoughts. This awareness itself arises due to conditions. It is not a fixed independent entity, but a process conditioned by the body, the mind, and the environment. Just as thoughts arise and fade, so does the awareness that observes them. It too is part of the unfolding web of dependent origination. As you deepen your attention, you begin to notice how everything, every sensation, every emotion, every thought arises, exists, and passes away in a seamless flow. There is no fixed self that is apart from these phenomena. The awareness you have is as transient as the thoughts and feelings that arise within it. You feel the weight of the monk's words sinking in. Everything arises from conditions, exists temporarily, and ceases as conditions change. This realization feels profound, but also simple. The continuous unfolding of your experience, the ebb and flow of thoughts, emotions, and sensations is part of the same process of dependent origination that shapes the world around you. There is no separate I that owns or controls this experience. It is simply arising in response to the ever-changing conditions of the present moment. You sit quietly observing the process, feeling both a sense of freedom and peace. The idea that you are not an isolated self separate from the world, but a part of a dynamic, interconnected flow, feels like a profound shift in perception. Your identity, your thoughts, your emotions, they are all part of a larger process, constantly changing, constantly influenced by countless conditions. You no longer need to fight or resist this flow. Instead, you begin to understand how to work skillfully within it. The monk's voice gently guides you through the final stages of the meditation. Now, as you observe these phenomena, notice how they are constantly changing. What seems like a fixed sensation, a solid emotion, or a permanent thought is in truth a fleeting process. As you observe this, you might notice that the tension in your body begins to loosen, the emotional charge of your thoughts begins to dissipate, and the clarity of your awareness deepens. This is the direct experience of dependent origination, witnessing the arising and passing away of phenomena in real time. As the meditation continues, you notice the subtle shifts in your body and mind, the ebb and flow of sensations, the coming and going of emotions, the arrival and departure of thoughts. Each moment feels like a new opportunity for awareness, a new invitation to witness the interdependent nature of all things. There is no need to grasp or hold on to anything, because everything is in constant flux. The sound of a distant bell marks the end of the session. The monk's voice becomes a little clearer as he concludes. When we practice mindfulness in this way, we begin to see that nothing is fixed, nothing is permanent, and nothing arises without cause. This is the wisdom of dependent origination, the understanding that all phenomena arise, exist, and cease in dependence on conditions. When we truly understand this, we can respond to life with wisdom and equanimity, knowing that nothing happens to us by chance. Every experience is the result of countless causes and conditions, and we are part of that unfolding process. You open your eyes slowly, feeling a profound sense of clarity and peace. The monk's words have given you a new lens through which to view your experience, not as a series of isolated events, but as a continuous flow of interconnected causes and effects. You feel more connected to the world around you, more at peace with the natural unfolding of life. Everything from the simplest sensation to the most complex thought is part of this interdependent process, and you are a part of it too. As you rise from your cushion and join the others in the hall, you carry this understanding with you. The practice of dependent origination is no longer just an intellectual concept, but a direct experience. And with it comes a sense of freedom, not from life's challenges, but from the struggle to control or resist them. You begin to see that true peace comes not from changing the world, but from understanding it, from recognizing the interconnectedness of all things, and from responding to each moment with mindfulness, compassion, and wisdom. Interdependence so clearly in nature. Every tree, every leaf, every creature is part of a vast network of conditions that sustain it. Just like our own lives, the forest is a dynamic, ever-changing system where each element relies on the other. The pine trees, the soil, the rain, the sun, they all come together to create the forest. In the same way, your thoughts, emotions, and actions arise due to countless conditions, all intertwined and interdependent. As you walk, the path gently slopes down, and you notice how your body moves effortlessly, in sync with the terrain, how the air changes with each step, becoming cooler as the sun begins to set. The monk continues, "This forest, like your life, is a manifestation of dependent origination. Just as the trees depend on the soil and the sunlight you depend on, countless factors, the people you meet, the experiences you have, the environment you live in. Nothing happens in isolation. You look up at the trees, their tall trunks reaching toward the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. The interconnectedness of everything becomes even more evident. The forest seems like a living, breathing organism, each part playing a role in the larger whole. You begin to see how your own life, too, is part of a larger whole, interconnected with others, with the environment, with everything around you. Notice the changes that occur in nature. The monk says, as you both pause to watch a bird fly overhead. The seasons change, the weather shifts, day turns into night. Nothing remains the same, yet everything continues. This is the nature of dependent origination. Everything arises, exists, and passes away according to conditions. And just as we see in the natural world, we can observe the same process in our own lives. Nothing is permanent, and yet everything flows in harmony with the larger system of causes and conditions. You pause for a moment to take in the peaceful surroundings, the coolness of the earth beneath your feet, the fragrance of the pine trees, the calming sounds of the forest. The monk's words continue to resonate within you. Everything arises because of conditions, and everything changes as conditions change. You feel a deep sense of acceptance, as if the need to control or resist the natural flow of life is beginning to dissolve. You are part of this ever-changing process, and you begin to understand that true peace comes not from resisting change, but from moving with it, responding wisely to whatever arises. Just as the forest evolves in response to the changing seasons and conditions, the monk continues, so too can you evolve in response to the conditions of your own life. When you understand the flow of dependent origination, you stop fighting the natural changes in your life. You accept them, and in doing so, you respond with greater wisdom and compassion. As you continue walking, you begin to notice how the teachings of the day have started to shape your perspective. The insight into dependent origination, the recognition of interdependence, and the understanding that everything arises due to conditions all seem to come together in a way that makes life feel more fluid, less rigid. You no longer feel the need to force life into specific shapes or resist the natural flow. Instead, you begin to trust in the unfolding process, knowing that everything happens for a reason, shaped by conditions, and that you are part of that process. The evening provides a perfect opportunity to observe the impermanence of all things. The monk says, as the sun begins to dip below the horizon, casting a warm golden light across the forest. Notice how the light shifts, how the sounds of the forest change as day turns into night. This is a reminder of the natural cycles that shape our lives. Nothing remains static, and we can learn to embrace that truth rather than resist it. You stand there quietly, observing the transition from day to night, feeling the deep interconnectedness of everything around you. The world, like your life, is in constant flux, and yet it moves with a quiet harmony that you can now appreciate more fully. The teachings have shown you that you are not separate from this process, but a part of it, a participant in the unfolding dance of life. As you continue your walk with the monk, you carry this understanding with you. Life's challenges, joys, and transitions are all part of the same process of dependent origination. And as you embrace this truth, you feel a greater sense of peace, knowing that everything happens for a reason, shaped by conditions, and that you can respond to it with wisdom and mindfulness. The evening light grows softer as you approach the monastery once more, the path ahead illuminated by the gentle glow of lanterns. You feel a deep sense of gratitude for the teachings you've received and for the opportunity to practice them in your life. With each step, you feel more grounded, more connected to the world around you, and more at ease with the ever-changing flow of existence. That the world should meet our desires and expectations. When we refuse to adapt, we create suffering for ourselves as we resist the very nature of reality. Just as the trees in the forest adjust to their surroundings, growing in the direction of the light, so too can we find peace by adapting to the conditions of our lives. This doesn't mean passively accepting everything, but rather responding to life's conditions with wisdom, skill, and a sense of purpose. You pause reflecting on the monk's words, feeling the profound simplicity of the lesson. In the forest, the trees don't fight against the conditions in which they grow. Instead, they find ways to thrive within those conditions, whether they're reaching toward the light or adapting to the shade. This is the wisdom of nature, the wisdom that we too can embody. When we stop demanding that life be different, when we stop fighting against the conditions of our reality, we begin to find a way forward that is more harmonious, more aligned with the flow of life. The path becomes steeper as you continue through the forest, the ground soft and slightly uneven beneath your feet. You notice how your body adjusts with each step, moving carefully and mindfully as you navigate the terrain. The monk observes your movements and offers further insight. Like the trees and plants, we too must adapt to the conditions of our lives. When we accept things as they are, rather than resisting them, we are able to move through difficulties with greater ease. Just as we adjust our steps to the terrain, we can adjust our responses to the challenges we face. The light in the forest continues to shift as the sun moves lower in the sky, casting long shadows and creating a peaceful atmosphere. The dappled patterns on the forest floor seem to reflect the way your mind is shifting each pattern of light, a reminder of the impermanence of all things. Everything changes: the light, the shadows, the landscape itself, and you begin to see that this is the nature of life: constant change, constant flow, with each moment unfolding as part of a larger process. The beauty of this path, the monk says, as you near the edge of the forest, is that it does not require you to control or resist. It invites you to respond with awareness, to work skillfully with the conditions you are given. Just as the trees adapt to their environment, we too can adapt to life's conditions, finding ways to grow and flourish regardless of the challenges we face. As you approach the monastery again, the sounds of the forest fade into the background, replaced by the quiet hum of life within the monastery walls. You feel a deep sense of calm, a sense of integration, having walked through the forest, with the teachings of dependent origination alive in your mind and body. The lessons from nature, the idea that everything arises due to conditions, that nothing is fixed, and that wisdom lies in adapting to life's realities, now feel embodied in your experience. Remember, the monk says as you return to the monastery grounds, when you face obstacles in your life, whether they come in the form of difficult emotions, relationships, or external challenges, you have a choice. You can resist and fight against them, or you can work with them, responding to them in a way that brings wisdom, compassion, and peace. The wisdom lies not in avoiding difficulties, but in how we meet them and adapt to them. You nod, feeling the truth of these words settle into your heart. Life will continue to change, to present both obstacles and opportunities, but you now see that the key is not to control or resist these changes, but to respond wisely and skillfully to the conditions as they are. Just like the trees in the forest, you can grow in harmony with the conditions around you, adapting, shifting, and finding your way forward with greater clarity and peace. Situations based on limited information, reacting impulsively or with frustration without seeing the broader web of conditions that shape events. When we act from a place of limited perspective, we often create more suffering for ourselves and others just as the disciple's frustration only added to his distress. You reflect on times in your own life when you've misjudged situations, unable to see the full picture. Perhaps you've experienced moments of disappointment or frustration that later turned out to be turning points leading to unexpected opportunities or personal growth. The lesson here is clear. When we react without fully understanding the underlying conditions, we miss the chance to see the deeper purpose behind what seems like harm or failure. The third lesson from the story, the monk continues, is that our limited perspective can cloud our ability to see the protective or beneficial aspects of events. Just as the master's intervention saved the disciple from harm, life often works in ways that protect us even when it appears as though we're being hurt or thwarted. What we perceive as an obstacle may in fact be a form of protection or redirection, guiding us away from greater harm or towards something better suited for our path. The monk's words resonate deeply as you sit on the rock, feeling the warm sun on your skin. You begin to understand that life's challenges are not always as they appear. Just as the master's action, though seemingly harsh, was in fact a compassionate and protective gesture, many of life's so-called setbacks might be guiding you towards something more beneficial, something you might not yet be able to see. The teachings of dependent origination help us to step back and observe. The monk says, so that we can recognize how every experience is shaped by an intricate web of causes and conditions. Instead of rushing to judge, we learn to cultivate patience and curiosity. When we stop seeing events as personal attacks or punishments, we can begin to appreciate their true purpose and potential for growth. You think back to the earlier meditation, where you investigated the arising and passing away of sensations, emotions, and thoughts. In the same way, your understanding of life's events can evolve from reactive judgment to compassionate inquiry. When you stop reacting out of fear or desire, you create space to see things as they truly are, recognizing that everything happens for a reason. The monk concludes, when we learn to see life through the lens of dependent origination, we no longer cling to fixed ideas of how things should be. Instead, we learn to adapt to flow with life's changes and to see every experience, even the difficult ones, as opportunities for growth and learning. You feel a deep sense of gratitude for the wisdom shared in the story and the clarity it brings. The moment of tension in the disciple's life, though painful in the moment, was a teaching in disguise, a lesson in patience, perspective, and trust. And in the same way, you begin to see that the challenges you face are not obstacles to be avoided, but opportunities to practice wisdom and compassion, even when the true nature of those opportunities isn't immediately apparent. The monk smiles, noticing your thoughtful silence. The wisdom of dependent origination teaches us that life is not something to control or resist, but something to understand and work with. When we embrace this understanding, we stop struggling against the flow of life. We begin to trust that everything, even our difficulties, is unfolding as it should, shaping us in ways we may not yet fully understand. The evening light begins to soften as you rise from the stone, feeling the teaching settle into your body and mind. You now have a deeper appreciation for the natural flow of things and a greater sense of peace with the changes and challenges that come your way. Life, like the forest, is constantly shifting and evolving, and you realize that the key to peace is not in resisting that change, but in moving with it skillfully, wisely, and with compassion. As you walk back toward the monastery, you carry this understanding with you, ready to face whatever comes next, with an open heart and a clear mind. Life is a process, a dance of interconnected causes and conditions, and you are part of it. With each step, you become more attuned to the flow, learning to adapt, respond, and grow with the ever-changing rhythm of life. Rituals, as earlier in the day, with each monk receiving a portion of food in quiet reverence. The atmosphere is serene, filled with the unspoken acknowledgement of shared practice. As you sit at your place, your teacher's voice gently continues. In life, we often encounter situations that seem unjust, cruel, or utterly meaningless. Tragedies, losses, disappointments. But when we understand dependent origination, we recognize that these experiences too arise from a complex web of causes and conditions. What seems unfair may in fact be the result of causes and conditions that we cannot yet see. As you begin eating the simplicity of the meal, the rice, vegetables, and tofu becomes a meditation in itself. You taste the food with mindfulness, paying attention to the textures, the flavors, and how each bite nourishes you. Each grain of rice, each piece of vegetable has a story, a history of soil water, sunlight, and care. You are reminded of the teachings earlier in the day, how even the simplest moments are imbued with meaning and interconnection, the teachings of dependent origination. The monk continues, invite us to look at life not from a place of entitlement or expectation, but from a place of understanding and compassion. When we recognize that everything happens due to specific conditions, we no longer react with anger or bitterness when faced with difficult experiences. Instead, we approach them with curiosity and openness, recognizing that they too are part of the unfolding process of life. You reflect on the challenges in your own lifetimes when you felt life had dealt you an unfair hand. The idea that these experiences were not random, but arose from conditions beyond your immediate awareness begins to shift your perspective. The suffering, the loss, the frustration. Perhaps they were not punishments, but rather opportunities for growth, teaching you lessons you may not have understood at the time. You begin to see how, in hindsight, many of these struggles have led you to a deeper understanding of yourself and the world. When we understand that everything happens for a reason, the monk says softly, we stop viewing ourselves as victims of circumstance. Instead, we recognize that we are active participants in the unfolding of our lives. Our thoughts, actions, and responses shape our experiences. We may not be able to control all the conditions, but we can always choose how to respond to them. As the meal draws to a close, the monk continues, understanding that everything happens for a reason helps us to break free from the cycle of blaming ourselves or others, and from the delusion of a life that should always be comfortable or predictable. It invites us to embrace the full range of human experiences, knowing that each moment, each challenge is a chance to learn and grow. You feel the weight of these words sink in as you finish your meal, the quiet act of eating now, infused with a deeper sense of appreciation. Everything you experience is part of a larger process, and you are not alone in it. The interconnectedness of all things, the web of causes and conditions continues to unfold, and you are part of that unfolding. After the meal, you return to the meditation hall for evening practice. The evening meditation session is calm, focused, and deeply quiet. The teachings of the day, dependent, origination, interconnection, and the acceptance of life as it is remain with you, not as abstract concepts, but as lived realities. You sit in stillness, observing the ebb and flow of your thoughts, sensations, and emotions, each one arising and passing according to conditions. As you sit in meditation, you reflect on the idea that everything happens for a reason and how this perspective allows you to approach life with greater wisdom and compassion. Rather than reacting impulsively or with frustration, you begin to see each experience as an opportunity to practice mindfulness, to observe the conditions at play, and to respond skillfully. The monk's words echo in your mind. When we understand that everything happens for a reason, we stop fighting against reality and start working skillfully within it. With each breath, you feel a deeper sense of peace, knowing that you don't have to control everything. Instead, you can trust in the unfolding of life and respond with awareness and compassion. As the evening meditation comes to a close, you feel a quiet, grounded sense of clarity. The day's teachings have woven themselves into your understanding, and you now see that life's challenges, though often difficult or painful, are part of the larger flow of causes and conditions. You are not separate from this flow, but an active participant, learning, growing, and adapting as you move through life. The bell rings, signaling the end of the meditation. You rise from your cushion, feeling a deep sense of gratitude for the teachings and the opportunity to live them more fully. The lanterns lining the path to your quarters glow warmly in the evening darkness, guiding you back to your room with a sense of peace and clarity. As you prepare for sleep, you reflect on the day's lessons. You no longer see life's challenges as random misfortunes, but as part of a meaningful unfolding shaped by causes and conditions. And in the morning, you will rise with a renewed sense of purpose, ready to face whatever comes with mindfulness, compassion, and the understanding that everything happens for a reason. The conditions that contribute to each situation. By seeing the vast complexity of those conditions, we gain a more nuanced understanding of suffering and injustice, and we free ourselves from the simplistic notion that everything is part of a divine plan or predestined fate. Instead, we recognize that suffering and injustice are the results of countless causes, many of which we may not be able to perceive in their entirety. You sit in quiet reflection, feeling the depth of the monk's words. The world often seems filled with suffering and unfairness, and your own experiences have been no exception. Yet, as the monk describes, when you view suffering not as a random act of fate, but as the outcome of a web of interdependent causes and conditions, a new clarity begins to emerge. It's not about justifying the suffering or offering easy answers, but rather seeing the intricate web of factors at play, and understanding that our capacity to act with wisdom comes from recognizing these complexities. The Buddha didn't teach that suffering is something to be resigned to. The monk continues, but that through understanding the conditions that give rise to suffering, we can begin to address them. We are not powerless in the face of suffering or injustice. By seeing conditions clearly, we can respond in ways that alleviate suffering, create more positive conditions, and work toward a more just and compassionate world. As the monk speaks, you think about the small actions you take in your life and how they are part of the web of causes and conditions that shape your experience and the experiences of those around you. Just as the stars above have traveled through space for centuries to reach your eyes, the actions, words, and choices we make today send ripples through time, shaping the future in ways we may not fully understand. Understanding dependent origination teaches us that our actions matter. The monk says softly, and that even in the face of apparent injustice, we have the power to respond with wisdom and compassion. By understanding the complex causes that shape our lives, we learn to take responsibility for the conditions we create and to act with intention and care. You sit on the stone bench, taking in the quiet beauty of the night, the cool air, and the distant sounds of the nightbirds and crickets. The teachings of dependent origination and karma, how everything arises from a web of causes and conditions, begin to settle in your heart. Life doesn't offer simple answers, but through understanding the interconnectedness of all things, you gain the ability to respond with greater clarity and compassion. The monk's voice gently breaks the silence. What seems unfair or unjust can feel overwhelming, but when we understand that these events are part of a much larger process, we begin to see our role in responding to them. We stop searching for easy answers or simplistic solutions. Instead, we learn to engage with the complexity of life with mindfulness and compassion. He pauses for a moment, allowing the words to sink in before continuing. The key to navigating life's difficulties, both personal and collective, is not to seek a quick explanation for why things happen, but to stay present with the conditions that are unfolding. By doing so, we cultivate the wisdom to respond, not with anger, blame, or despair, but with a deeper understanding of how to create positive change in the world. As the evening deepens and the stars above grow brighter, you feel a sense of peace settling within you. The complexity of life, though daunting, is also beautiful. By recognizing the interconnectedness of all things and understanding that everything happens for a reason, according to conditions, you begin to see that you too are part of this vast, ever-unfolding web. Each moment, each action is part of the larger flow of life, and your role is to respond with awareness, compassion, and wisdom. Everything, including suffering and injustice, is part of a vast web of causes and conditions. The monk concludes, and when we understand this, we can respond more skillfully, creating conditions that bring about more understanding, more kindness, and more peace. This understanding gives us the power to transform the way we experience and engage with the world, moving toward greater clarity and compassion with every step. You rise from the stone bench, the teachings of the evening settling deeply within you. The stars above the cool night air and the stillness of the monastery all seem to reflect the quiet clarity you feel inside. Life may be complex and challenging, but you now see that everything, even the most difficult experiences, has its place in the grand web of interconnection. And through understanding this, you can move forward with greater peace, ready to face whatever comes next, with wisdom and compassion. The stillness feels in the evening. The usual distractions of the day begin to fade, leaving you more attuned to the subtle sensations of your body. The coolness of the floor beneath you, the warmth of your hands resting in your lap, the gentle rise and fall of your chest with each breath. With each inhalation, you feel more grounded, more present. With each exhalation, you release the tension that lingers in your body and mind. Now, as you settle deeper into the present moment, the monk continues softly. Expand your awareness to include any emotions that arise. Don't try to change them or push them away. Just observe. Notice how emotions like thoughts arise due to specific causes and conditions. Perhaps you feel frustration, sadness, or even joy. Observe these feelings without judgment or attachment, simply recognizing their presence. You begin to scan through your emotional landscape, allowing any feelings that are present to come into your awareness. A subtle feeling of restlessness arises, a sense of unease lingering just beneath the surface. It doesn't feel urgent, but you acknowledge it as you would notice the flicker of a passing cloud in the sky. Instead of resisting this feeling, you observe it with curiosity. You can trace it to a few recent thoughts, maybe from earlier in the day, or perhaps from an unresolved conversation that you've had. But rather than clinging to those thoughts, you allow the feeling to simply exist, watching how it shifts in intensity as you breathe, as you observe your emotions. The monk continues, notice how they arise due to conditions, just like your thoughts and sensations. Often, we react to our emotions as though they are truths fixed and permanent. But when we recognize that emotions, like all phenomena, arise, persist for a time, and then fade, we begin to loosen our attachment to them. You feel a gentle shift in your perspective. The emotional restlessness that seemed so solid and pressing a moment ago now feels lighter, more fluid. You understand that it isn't something you need to fix or resist. It's simply a temporary experience arising due to certain conditions. You don't need to carry it with you or make it part of your identity. The Buddha taught that our emotions, like our thoughts, are conditioned, the monk explains. They arise from past experiences, our beliefs, the world around us, and even our physical state. Understanding this helps us not to identify with them so strongly. Just as you did not create this emotion, you do not need to hold on to it. As you continue to observe your emotions, you notice that the restlessness gradually begins to shift. It becomes more manageable, less intense. You see that emotions are not the enemy. They are simply part of the flow of life, rising and passing like waves in the ocean. When you don't attach to them, they lose their grip on your mind. Now, as we sit with this awareness, the monk says, consider how you approach emotions in your daily life. When you meet difficult emotions, anger, fear, frustration, do you react from a place of understanding, or do you fight against them? Do you allow them to move through you, or do you hold on, trying to make them go away? You reflect on this question, aware of how often in the past you've either suppressed or acted impulsively in response to difficult emotions, trying to change them or escape them. Now, with the practice of observation, you begin to see that there is another way to approach emotions, not by fighting or rejecting them, but by understanding their impermanent nature and learning to respond with awareness and compassion. Understanding that everything happens for a reason, the monk says, helps us accept that emotions are not inherently good or bad, but part of the natural flow of life. When we observe them without attachment or judgment, we free ourselves from their grip. We create space to respond more skillfully instead of reacting impulsively. The bell rings softly, signaling the end of the meditation session. The atmosphere in the hall feels still and peaceful, as though everyone has collectively shifted into a state of quiet clarity. You rise from your cushion, feeling a deep sense of calm, and carry the understanding from the meditation with you. Your relationship with your emotions has transformed, and you now see that just as with all other aspects of life, emotions arise from causes and conditions. They don't need to control you. You can observe them, learn from them, and let them pass naturally. As you move through the evening, the teaching stays with you. Everything happens for a reason, and that reason is often rooted in a vast web of interconnected causes and conditions. When you stop fighting against the conditions of life, when you recognize that everything, including your emotions, is part of this flow, you can respond with wisdom and compassion, allowing the natural unfolding to happen without resistance. Movement and light. Just as the shadows shift and disappear when the conditions change, so too do our emotional states, temporary, conditioned, and ultimately impermanent. You sit with this observation, noticing how the emotional reactivity to the situation with the criticism has softened. The tension in your body is still present, but it no longer holds the same grip over your awareness. The flush in your face, the knot in your stomach, these are not permanent parts of you, but temporary states arising and passing away according to the conditions that support them. Understanding dependent origination. The monk continues, allows us to recognize that emotions are not inherently good or bad. They are responses to conditions. When we stop identifying with them as permanent aspects of our identity, we create space for a more balanced, compassionate response. As you deepen your attention, you see how the conditions, the thoughts, beliefs, and past experiences came together to create the emotional reaction in that moment. By observing these conditions without judgment, you can begin to free yourself from the emotional charge they carry. You don't need to suppress or deny the emotions, but simply to recognize them as temporary phenomena that arise in response to conditions. The monk's voice continues. When we understand that everything happens for a reason according to conditions, we also recognize that our emotions, like all phenomena, are not fixed. They can shift when the conditions change. This realization gives us the ability to meet difficult emotions with more equanimity, understanding that they are not personal failures or permanent states, but processes unfolding in response to specific causes. You sit quietly with this insight, feeling the emotions from the work situation, anger, defensiveness, embarrassment, beginning to loosen their grip on your body and mind. The thoughts about the unfairness of the criticism, the belief that you were wronged, begin to lose their power. You don't need to fight against these emotions or try to force them away. You can simply watch them arise, acknowledge their presence, and allow them to pass naturally, just like the changing weather or the fleeting shadows on the walls. Now, as you sit with this awareness, the monk says softly, expand your understanding to all the emotional experiences in your life. When you encounter difficult emotions, remember they are not fixed truths. They arise from conditions, and as conditions change, so too can your experience of them. The atmosphere in the hall feels serene, the gentle flicker of the candlelight mirroring the subtle shifting of your thoughts and emotions. With each breath, you feel a sense of release, as if the space between you and the emotions has widened. They are not you. They are simply experiences passing through you, like clouds drifting across the sky. By cultivating this understanding, the monk concludes, we can transform our relationship with our emotions. We no longer need to be controlled by them. We can observe them with clarity and compassion, recognizing them as part of the natural flow of life, not as obstacles or affirmations of our identity. As the bell rings to signal the end of the session, you slowly open your eyes, feeling a sense of calm and clarity. The understanding that emotions are conditioned temporary phenomena has transformed your experience of them. You no longer feel the need to control or suppress them. Instead, you are learning to observe them with awareness, understanding that they are part of the unfolding process of life shaped by causes and conditions, just like everything else. The evening meditation has given you a new lens through which to view your emotional landscape, and as you rise from your cushion, you feel a deeper sense of freedom. The emotions you encounter are no longer enemies to be fought, but natural processes to be understood and integrated. You walk with a sense of lightness, ready to approach the world and its challenges with greater equanimity, knowing that everything, even your emotions, arises due to specific conditions, and that you have the ability to respond wisely and compassionately to whatever comes. Settling into the present moment, the monk instructs. Feel your body in contact with the cushion, the floor beneath you, and the air around you. Let your breath become your anchor, the simple rhythm of inhalation and exhalation grounding you in the here and now. As you sit in stillness, the quiet of the room deepens, and you begin to sense the interconnectedness of your body, mind, and the space around you. Now, the monk continues, after several moments, bring to mind a situation from your daily life, one that may seem ordinary, perhaps even mundane, something you might overlook in the rush of daily tasks. Reflect on how even in these simple moments, everything happens for a reason according to conditions. The way the morning sunlight filtered through the trees, the way the wind stirred the leaves, or the way your thoughts and actions unfolded in response to the world. As you follow the monk's guidance, you begin to reflect on an ordinary morning from earlier in your stay when you had gathered with the other monks for breakfast. You think about the preparation of food, the quiet conversations, the simple act of nourishment. Everything in that moment happened because of countless conditions, choices made by others, the food that grew from the earth, the water that nourished it, and your own body's need for sustenance. You see now how even these simple actions are part of a complex web of conditions shaping and being shaped by everything around them. Everything we do, from eating to walking, from working to resting, happens in a context. Each action arises because of specific conditions. The monk's voice continues soft yet clear. When we carry this understanding into our daily lives, we begin to act with more awareness, seeing the causes and conditions that support every experience. This understanding frees us from the need to control or resist, and instead invites us to work skillfully with life as it unfolds. As you reflect on these words, you become more aware of the ongoing process of dependent origination in your own body and mind. You notice how your thoughts and emotions, like the rain falling outside, arise due to certain conditions. And as you observe them, you begin to see how, just like the rain, they will eventually pass as conditions change. The monk pauses, allowing the silence to settle before continuing. When we truly understand that everything happens for a reason, we can approach our actions and responses with more intention. We stop reacting from a place of unconscious habit or expectation, and instead, we respond with wisdom and compassion, recognizing the interconnectedness of all things. You consider the ways in which you've approached difficulties in your own life. Perhaps there were moments when you acted impulsively, frustrated by external circumstances. Now, with the understanding that everything arises due to specific conditions, you feel more equipped to face challenges not with resistance, but with acceptance and clarity. Your role is not to force life into a particular shape, but to respond with skill awareness and compassion, adapting to the conditions as they are. Take this awareness into your daily life. The monk advises his voice gentle. Whether it's in your interactions with others, your work, or even your inner thoughts and emotions, recognize the conditions that create your experience. And when you are faced with difficult situations, instead of reacting with anger or frustration, pause and reflect. Ask yourself, what conditions led to this moment? How can I respond in a way that creates more positive conditions for the future? The rain outside continues to fall, and the sound of it blends with the soft rhythm of your breath. You can feel the teachings integrating with your experience, the understanding that everything happens for a reason, deepening into a practical awareness. As you sit, you are learning to approach life not as a series of isolated incidents, but as a continuous unfolding of causes and effects, all interconnected and interdependent. The bell rings, signaling the end of the evening meditation. You rise from your cushion, feeling a sense of peace and clarity. The teachings have become not just intellectual concepts, but a lived experience. As you move through the monastery, the rain-soaked paths, illuminated by lantern light, seem to embody the teachings of the evening, an ever-changing landscape of causes and conditions, yet illuminated by the steady light of understanding. As you approach your quarters for the night, you feel a deep sense of gratitude for the teachings that have unfolded throughout the day. Life, like the rain, is a process constantly changing, constantly shaping, yet always offering the opportunity for growth and wisdom. Tomorrow, you will rise with this understanding, ready to face whatever comes with an open heart and a clear mind, knowing that everything happens for a reason, shaped by the conditions around you, and that you have the power to respond wisely and compassionately. Emotions. The monk continues. When we understand that thoughts and feelings arise due to specific conditions, we begin to loosen our attachment to them. Rather than identifying with every passing emotion or thought as a fixed part of who we are, we can see them as temporary processes. Just as the weather changes, so too do our mental states. By recognizing this, we no longer feel controlled by them. We can observe them with compassion and understanding, knowing they arise due to conditions and will pass when those conditions change. As you sit in meditation, reflecting on the monk's words, you begin to see how this understanding of impermanence and dependent origination can change your experience of life. In the past, you may have identified with every emotion, every fleeting thought, as if they were permanent parts of you. Now, with this new perspective, you can see how these experiences are like clouds in the sky, shifting, changing, never fixed. Your teacher's voice breaks into your reflection, gently guiding you further. Recognizing that everything arises from conditions also allows us to work with our habitual patterns. When we react from habitual conditioning, whether it's a quick judgment of others, an impulse to react to stress, or a tendency to retreat from challenges, we can pause and ask ourselves, what conditions are creating this reaction? How can I shift these conditions? The insight that everything happens for a reason empowers us to change the conditions we work with, whether they are our thoughts, our emotional states, or the external circumstances around us. As the monk's words sink in, you realize that you now have the opportunity to work with the conditions of your own mind and life to cultivate more skillful responses. You can apply wisdom to every moment, not as something you must force or control, but as something you engage with, mindfully aware that every situation is the result of conditions, and those conditions can be transformed through wise action. Consider how understanding dependent origination can help you let go of the idea that things should be different than they are. The monk continues. This teaching doesn't mean resignation or passivity. It means acknowledging the reality of each situation without resisting or wishing it were different. When you stop fighting reality, you create space for clarity and wisdom. From this space, you can respond in ways that create more beneficial conditions for yourself and others. You sit with these reflections, feeling a deep sense of peace wash over you. The teaching has moved beyond intellectual understanding to something more profound, an experience of seeing the world and your life through a lens of interconnectedness, impermanence, and compassionate awareness. Now, the monk's voice gently continues. Bring your awareness back to the present moment, here and now. Notice how this understanding of everything arising through causes and conditions changes how you experience this moment, this breath, this sensation, this thought. Nothing is separate. Everything is connected, arising due to conditions and passing as conditions change. As you focus on your breath, you begin to see that everything around you is part of the same process, the same unfolding of causes and conditions. The air, the temperature in the room, the sensations in your body, the thoughts passing through your mind. Each of these is shaped by the conditions of the moment. Nothing is separate from the whole, and everything arises and passes away in its own time. As the meditation session comes to an end, the monk offers final words of guidance. Carry this understanding into your daily life. Use it to observe your actions, your thoughts, your relationships, and your responses to challenges. Remember that everything happens for a reason, according to conditions, and that by recognizing and working with those conditions, you can transform your experience. The bell rings softly, signaling the end of the practice. You rise from your cushion, feeling a sense of clarity and calm that carries with you into the rest of the evening. The understanding that everything from the simplest thought to the most complex experience arises due to conditions, and that those conditions can be transformed through wisdom, compassion, and mindful action stays with you as you leave the meditation hall. As you move through the monastery, the flickering lanterns and the quiet night seem to embody the teachings each moment, each step part of the larger flow of life. You feel more connected to the world around you, more attuned to the ebb and flow of conditions, and more empowered to respond with awareness and compassion, knowing that everything happens for a reason and that you have the power to influence the conditions that shape your life. Feel a sense of quiet anticipation as you sit on the wooden bench, the crisp night air refreshing after the warmth of the meditation hall. The gentle sounds of the night, distant birds, rustling leaves, seem to harmonize with the stillness of the moment. Your teacher begins. While it's true that everything happens for a reason according to causes and conditions, this doesn't mean that life is predetermined in a rigid sense, or that we are mere victims of fate. It's important to clarify that understanding cause and effect doesn't imply fatalism or resignation. You listen intently as the monk continues. Some may interpret this teaching to mean that we have no power to change anything, that we must simply accept things as they are and do nothing. But this is a misunderstanding. Recognizing that everything arises from specific conditions doesn't mean we passively endure circumstances. Instead, it gives us the clarity to work skillfully within the conditions we are given. As your teacher speaks, you reflect on the common tendency to misunderstand teachings like this one. Sometimes, when faced with challenges or suffering, it's easy to feel powerless, as though we have no choice but to accept whatever comes our way. But your teacher is reminding you that understanding the reasons behind situations, the causes and conditions that led to them, empowers us to respond with wisdom, to act with clarity, and to introduce new conditions that lead to positive change. Understanding that everything happens for a reason, the monk continues, means that we can respond with awareness, not with blind acceptance or frustration. It helps us navigate life's complexities with a sense of purpose, because we know that we are participants in shaping our reality. We don't need to resist or control everything. We simply need to recognize the conditions and work with them, introducing new factors where we can to create more beneficial outcomes. You think about your own experiences, moments when you felt helpless or powerless, moments when you wanted to resist life's flow. Perhaps you tried to control things that were beyond your influence, or perhaps you withdrew thinking that nothing could be changed. But now, with this deeper understanding, you begin to see that life is not about controlling or resigning yourself, but about learning to navigate its natural processes with wisdom. This understanding of cause and effect, the monk says, does not imply that everything is already written out or set in stone. It simply means that our actions, thoughts, and experiences are interconnected, and that by understanding these interconnections, we can respond skillfully. The process of change is always ongoing, and we are part of it, shaping it with every decision, every action, every moment. As you sit with these words, you feel a sense of empowerment. Life is not a series of random events, nor is it a rigid, predetermined path. It's a web of interdependent conditions, and while you cannot control all of them, you can influence how you respond. You can introduce new conditions, whether through your thoughts, actions, or mindfulness, that lead to better outcomes. The final point I want to make, the monk continues, is that understanding everything happens for a reason does not mean that suffering should be accepted passively, or that we should become detached from the struggles of others. Quite the opposite. Recognizing the causes of suffering and injustice should inspire us to take action. Understanding that conditions can be changed gives us the responsibility and the ability to create better conditions, not just for ourselves, but for others as well. You feel a shift in your heart as these words settle in. Understanding that everything happens for a reason doesn't lead to passivity. It leads to compassion and action. When we recognize the complexity of conditions, we are called not just to understand, but to respond, both for our own well-being and for the well-being of others. The interconnectedness of all things means that our actions have a ripple effect, shaping the conditions for others as well as ourselves. This is the wisdom of the middle way. The monk concludes, not swinging between extreme resistance and passive acceptance, but finding balance in our responses. It's about responding wisely to the conditions we face, working skillfully with them, and introducing new conditions that promote growth, understanding, and compassion. The night seems to settle even deeper as you absorb the teachings, the stars overhead twinkling with the timelessness of the universe. Life is not something to be fought against or passively endured, but something to be engaged with, understood, and navigated with wisdom. Every moment is an opportunity to introduce new conditions that can transform your experience and the experiences of others. Your teacher rises from the bench, signaling that it is time for rest. As you sleep tonight, he says gently, carry this wisdom with you. Remember that everything happens for a reason, and that through understanding the causes and conditions, you have the power to influence the flow of your life. Respond with awareness, compassion, and skill, and you will create conditions that lead to greater peace and understanding. With that, you rise, feeling the peace of the evening, and the depth of the teachings settle within you. Tomorrow, you will return to the world outside the monastery, but the wisdom of these days will stay with you, guiding your responses to the conditions that arise in your life. You walk back to your quarters with a sense of clarity and readiness, knowing that you are not alone in this process, but part of the vast, interconnected web of life. Monk's words echo softly in the evening air, guiding your mind to a deeper level of understanding. As you sit there, the cool night wrapping around you, you sense how these teachings, though profound, can be easily misunderstood. They are not about escaping the difficulties of life or passively accepting injustice, but about engaging with reality as it is with the wisdom of understanding causes and conditions. Everything is interdependent. The monk continues, and when you understand this, you are no longer trapped by the illusion that things should be other than they are. You can act with wisdom, changing the conditions where possible and responding skillfully when you cannot. You reflect on these clarifications, understanding that everything arises from conditions doesn't strip life of meaning or responsibility. Rather, it opens the door to conscious choice, to recognizing which conditions you can influence and how you can skillfully navigate the ones you cannot change. The challenge is not to retreat into a state of resignation, but to engage actively, thoughtfully, and compassionately with the conditions that arise in your life. As you sit in the quiet night, you consider the layers of misinterpretation that often surround these teachings. It's not about excusing harm or suffering, nor about claiming that everything happens for the best in a moral or divine sense. It's about seeing life's unfolding with clarity, acknowledging that causes are complex, interconnected, and beyond immediate understanding. And with this clarity, we find the wisdom to respond not from a place of blame or resistance, but from awareness and compassion. Your practice, like the night sky above us, the monk concludes, will take time to unfold. Understanding causes and conditions, recognizing their role in everything, will gradually shift how you experience life and how you interact with the world. But remember, this is a gradual process. Be patient with yourself as you begin to integrate this understanding into your daily life. It is not a switch to flip, but a steady unfolding of wisdom. The stars above seem to speak the same language, vast, ancient, and interconnected. Each tiny flicker of light, each shift in the cosmic expanse, speaks to the vast web of conditions and causes that sustain all of life. With each breath, you feel more connected to this web, more grounded in the understanding that everything, no matter how difficult or challenging, is part of the unfolding story of life shaped by causes and conditions. You rise from the bench ready to carry these teachings with you, not as intellectual knowledge, but as lived wisdom. As you walk back to your quarters, the cool night air feels refreshing against your skin, reminding you of how everything, your body, your breath, your thoughts, the world around you, arises in response to conditions. And with that awareness, you walk forward with clarity, ready to meet the world as it is, and to respond with wisdom and compassion. Settles into your heart, filling the space with warmth and a deep sense of connection. As you lie there in the stillness, the understanding that everything arises due to conditions seems to echo throughout your being. Every part of your experience, the monks, the teachings, the very bed you lie upon, is a result of countless causes and conditions, each contributing to the present moment. You feel no need to grasp or control this understanding. It simply is. There's peace in knowing that your role isn't to know everything or to change everything, but to respond wisely to what arises. With this clarity, even the most mundane aspects of life, like the simple act of lying down to sleep, are infused with meaning. Every breath, every sensation, even the shift between wakefulness and sleep happens because of specific conditions, and you now see each moment as an opportunity to observe, to learn, and to grow. As sleep gently approaches you, allow your thoughts to fade, the questions and teachings slipping into the background, allowing the integration of all that you have learned to deepen naturally within your consciousness. The subtle wisdom of the monastery, the teachings of the Buddha, the kindness of your teachers and fellow monks, all of it lingers in your awareness, ready to inform the new day that will come. Before sleep fully takes you, you feel a final moment of profound clarity. This journey, this learning is just another unfolding of conditions, a process of becoming, of understanding, and of responding. Just as everything happens for a reason, you too are unfolding through your own unique set of conditions. And you are grateful for the opportunity to navigate this process with more awareness and wisdom. With that, the peaceful stillness of sleep takes over, and you drift into rest, knowing that tomorrow will bring new conditions, new challenges, and new opportunities to practice the wisdom you have gained. Present more challenging conditions, but the wisdom you've cultivated can help guide you through whatever arises. Just as the landscape here gradually reveals itself, so too can your understanding of life unfold layer by layer when you approach it with awareness and openness to the conditions at hand. Remember, the monk says, turning toward you with a calm smile, the conditions you encounter will shift as they always do. Some days will feel clear, like the morning light breaking through the mist. Other days may seem obscured, like the fog hiding the mountains. But nothing is permanent. Everything depends on conditions. And the more you understand this, the more skillfully you can navigate life's ebbs and flows. You reflect on these words, feeling a sense of deep peace. The lessons of the past days about dependent origination impermanence and the interconnectedness of all things have begun to settle deeply in your heart. You no longer feel the need to control or resist what arises. Instead, you are learning to accept each moment as it is, understanding that everything happens for a reason, shaped by the countless conditions that converge to bring it into being. The view before you continues to shift as the sun climbs higher, casting light on new areas of the valley, while others remain shaded. It's a beautiful reminder of how life unfolds in stages, gradually revealing its deeper layers. Even the obscured parts of the landscape are still there, waiting for the right conditions to become clear. As you sit together in silence, you sense the subtle yet profound change that has taken place within you. You are not the same person who arrived at the monastery seeking answers. Instead, you have gained a new way of seeing the world, not as a series of fixed events or outcomes, but as a fluid, interconnected dance of causes and conditions. Now, as you return to your life, your teacher says gently, carry this perspective with you. Use it to guide your responses to help you meet each condition, each challenge with wisdom and compassion. Life will continue to shift, just like the mist and sunlight over the valley. But you will have the tools to navigate these changes with awareness, to respond with patience, and to create new conditions that support your growth and understanding. You rise from the stone bench feeling a deep sense of gratitude, not just for the teachings, but for the opportunity to live them out. As you walk back to the monastery, your steps feel lighter, more in tune with the world around you. the conditions that brought you to this moment, the rain, the teachings, the monks, the quiet reflections have shaped you in ways you can't yet fully comprehend. But you trust that just like the valley below, this understanding will continue to unfold in its own time. The bell rings in the distance, calling you back to the present moment, back to the monastery, and soon back to the world beyond. But now, with a clearer perspective and a steady heart, you are ready to face whatever new conditions life has in store for you, responding with awareness, wisdom, and compassion. Ways to discern whether you're truly understanding this teaching versus merely grasping it intellectually. First, observe how your response to difficult situations changes. Intellectual understanding might provide a temporary sense of clarity, but true understanding will be reflected in your reactions when life becomes challenging. When difficult conditions arise, ask yourself, do I still feel overwhelmed, resistant, or reactive? Or am I able to approach the situation with calm awareness, recognizing the conditions that led to it and responding with wisdom? This is a key indicator of deeper understanding. Second, notice how much space you give yourself for reflection and pause. When you truly embody the teaching, you'll find yourself able to step back from the immediate rush of life. You'll notice a greater ability to observe your thoughts, emotions, and actions without immediately identifying with them or reacting. Instead of simply reacting out of habit, you will pause, reflect, and approach each situation with a mindful response. Third, true understanding also manifests in how you engage with others. Intellectual understanding might give you a sense of intellectual superiority or separation, but when you truly understand the interdependence of all things, you will find that compassion and empathy naturally arise. You'll see others not as isolated individuals, but as beings shaped by conditions, and this understanding will foster a deeper connection to them. Finally, the monk adds with a thoughtful look. Ask yourself whether you've begun to experience a greater sense of peace and acceptance in your life. True understanding will not eliminate life's challenges, but it will soften your experience of them. Instead of feeling defeated by life's uncertainties, you'll begin to see them as natural, manageable processes to be engaged with rather than fought against. The teaching will become not just something you believe, but something you live. You sit with these words, feeling the weight of their wisdom. The true test of your understanding is not how well you can explain the concept, but how well you live it. How your daily responses reflect your deeper awareness of cause and effect. The teaching is a living practice, one that unfolds in each breath, each step, each decision. The monk smiles at you gently as though sensing the shift in your awareness. Remember, it's not about getting everything right all the time. It's about cultivating awareness and compassion as you navigate the complexity of life. The path is not one of perfection, but of ongoing growth. With that, your teacher rises from the stone bench and gestures for you to join him. As you both make your way back to the monastery, the birds continue their effortless flight in the valley below their wings, cutting through the air with fluid grace. Their movement is a perfect metaphor for what you've been learning, a natural, skillful cooperation with the conditions that arise rather than fighting against them. As you approach the monastery, you feel a sense of gratitude for all that you have learned. The teachings of dependent origination, impermanence, and wise response to life's challenges have not only clarified your understanding, but also opened a path to deeper peace and insight. You know that life will continue to present new conditions, but now with these tools and perspectives, you are ready to navigate them with wisdom, compassion, and skill. Blessing. There is a sense of quiet understanding in their goodbyes, not just a formality, but a recognition of the journey you've shared and the one that lies ahead. As you walk through the monastery one last time, the simplicity of the place, the wooden floors, the stone paths, the scent of pine and earth feels more profound now, as if you are seeing it all for the first time with new eyes. Your teacher walks beside you, offering a few final pieces of guidance. Remember, these teachings are not to be kept in a distant place of your mind, but to be lived and integrated into your daily experience. When you return to the busyness of life, don't expect it to be easy. Expect it to be full of challenges, but expect too that you have the tools to meet those challenges with wisdom, compassion, and calm. You nod, feeling both a sense of closure and excitement about the path ahead. The world outside the monastery awaits you full of new conditions, new experiences, and new opportunities to apply what you've learned. You feel ready. As you approach the gate of the monastery, your teacher pauses and turns toward you. One last thought, he says with a soft smile. The journey doesn't end here. It will continue every day in how you respond to the world, to others, and to yourself. Practice this understanding wherever you are, and you will find peace amidst the complexities of life. But know this peace is not the absence of difficulty. It is the skillful engagement with reality just as it is. You bow deeply, both to your teacher and to the teachings that have shaped you during your time here. As you step outside the gates, a light breeze stirs the air, carrying the scent of the forest and the mountain. The journey forward is unknown, but now, with the understanding that everything happens for a reason, you feel confident in your ability to navigate it with awareness and skill. You take a deep breath and walk forward, knowing that you are carrying with you a new way of seeing and engaging with the world, one that will continue to unfold just like the landscape you've left behind. You sit on a smooth rock, watching the water flow steadily, its movement reflecting the very teachings you've been absorbing. The stream, with its rhythmic flow, seems to embody the essence of dependent origination. Each drop, each twist in its path, arises and flows. According to countless conditions, the landscape, the rainfall, the earth's contours, and the sky's moisture. The water doesn't resist. It simply follows the course set by the conditions it encounters, moving around obstacles with graceful ease. As you rest by the stream, you are reminded of how your own practice can unfold in a similar way. Life's challenges, much like the stream's path, are shaped by conditions. The wisdom lies not in resisting those challenges, but in recognizing them, flowing with them, and responding appropriately. You breathe deeply, taking in the moment, grounded in this simple yet profound awareness. The breeze stirs gently around you, and for the first time, you notice how it feels, not just as an external force, but as part of your own experience. The trees sway their branches, responding to the wind as the leaves rustle. Everything in this moment is interconnected, each part dependent on the conditions it meets, each part playing its role in the unfolding of life. After a few minutes, you rise from the stream side and continue your descent. Each step feels different now, more mindful, more present. The world around you feels more vivid, more alive. The monastery is no longer a distant place in your past, but an ongoing part of the journey reflected in every step you take down the mountain. You carry with you not just the teachings, but the feeling of the practice itself, the fluid cooperation with reality, the wisdom in responding skillfully to the conditions before you. As you approach the valley below, you feel a quiet confidence. The teachings have become part of you, integrated into the way you now move through the world. The challenges ahead are no less daunting, but you now see them not as obstacles to fight against, but as opportunities to practice. The conditions will continue to change, but your ability to meet them with awareness, clarity, and compassion will continue to grow. Before you leave the mountain completely, you take a moment to look back to see the monastery perched in the distance, nestled among the trees and the mountain slopes. It feels as though a piece of that peaceful energy has been woven into you, a gentle reminder of the wisdom you've received. The mountain, the monastery, your teacher. These are all part of the conditions that have shaped your current experience. With the bracelet around your wrist and the teachings alive in your heart, you take a final step forward, ready to return to your life, knowing that the journey of practice continues wherever you go. Ride back to the city feels different now, a microcosm of the larger journey ahead. The familiar landscape, the hum of the vehicle, the chatter of other passengers, all of it seems to hold a new depth. You notice how the same principles you've been exploring at the monastery, interdependence, impermanence, cause, and effect, are still present in these ordinary moments, even in the noise and busyness of daily life. Just like the water flowing downhill, you are adapting to these new conditions without resistance, but with mindful awareness. Looking out the window, you see the gradual shift from the peaceful simplicity of the countryside to the hustle and bustle of the urban landscape. The complexity of life outside the monastery is both intimidating and inspiring. The lessons you've absorbed during your time at the monastery no longer feel like distant wisdom, but like tools that are now yours to use in every moment. As you continue to journey, you feel a subtle shift in how you experience time. It no longer feels like something you're rushing through, but something you're fully inhabiting each moment, unfolding with purpose and meaning. Whether in moments of quiet reflection or amidst the busyness of life, the understanding that everything arises due to conditions allows you to engage with your experience fully, without struggle, but with skillful awareness. You reflect on your time at the monastery, the teachings, and the sense of connection with the community. In those still moments, you were able to witness how everything unfolded moment by moment in accordance with causes and conditions. Now, as you return to a world filled with distractions and complexities, you can carry that same sense of awareness into each interaction, each task, each challenge. This understanding is not something you need to cling to or force, but something that will continue to unfold with each new experience. As the vehicle approaches the city, you take a deep breath, feeling grounded and centered. You are no longer separate from the world outside. You are part of it, connected to it through the web of causes and conditions. And with that awareness, you know that whatever arises next, you will meet it with greater wisdom, compassion, and mindfulness. Stepping off the vehicle you carry with you, not just knowledge, but an embodied practice ready to integrate the teachings into your daily life. The journey is far from over, but you now have a new perspective, one that allows you to navigate the complexities of existence with a steady heart and a clear mind. Different in their physical form, but profoundly different in how you relate to them. The noise of the city, the familiar rush of people, the clutter of everyday life, they all seem part of a greater interconnected system. You notice the subtle details you missed before, the way the sunlight hits a building just right, the sound of distant conversations blending into the rhythm of urban life, the small moments that collectively form the intricate web of conditions shaping this environment. You take a deep breath, grounded in the awareness that everything you encounter, from the chaos of the city streets to the stillness of your own thoughts, arises from causes and conditions. The discomfort or stress you might once have felt in this environment no longer dominates. Instead, there's a quiet understanding that even in the complexity and busyness of daily life, everything has its place and purpose within the larger whole. As you navigate through your neighborhood, you see the people around you with fresh eyes. You no longer view them through the lens of judgment or frustration, but with a sense of compassion. You understand that everyone's actions, their hurried steps, their stress, their joy, all arise from their own unique set of conditions. You begin to see their struggles not as isolated personal issues, but as part of the larger fabric of interdependent existence. This clarity allows you to engage with life in a different way. The small irritations or frustrations that once seemed like barriers to your peace now feel more like natural occurrences, to be understood and worked with, not resisted. You feel a sense of calm in your own reactions, knowing that your choices are informed by awareness and understanding, not automatic reactivity. As you continue your day, you carry with you the teachings of dependent origination. Everything happens for a reason, according to conditions, and this understanding offers both freedom and responsibility. It frees you from the need to control everything, to force life into certain molds. Instead, it invites you to work with life as it is, to recognize the conditions you can influence, and to respond with wisdom and compassion. You feel a quiet gratitude for the time spent in the monastery, for the lessons learned, and for the simple but profound shift in perspective that now accompanies you. As you settle back into your regular life, you do so with the awareness that every moment, every interaction, and every experience is an opportunity to apply what you've learned, to live with greater mindfulness, to engage more skillfully with the world, and to cultivate compassion in every corner of your life. And so the journey continues, not in the distant, serene mountains, but in the complex, ever-changing world that awaits you. But with each step, each breath, you remain anchored in the wisdom that everything, including you, is unfolding according to conditions. And that is exactly as it should be. Conditions led to this situation. What would happen if I resist this reality? What response would create more positive conditions moving forward? These questions anchor your awareness in the present moment, preventing you from being swept away by the storm of emotions that might otherwise take control. You pause, taking a few deep breaths to center yourself. Instead of sinking into frustration or self-blame, you begin to investigate the situation. You recognize the conditions that led to the failure, unexpected external factors, miscommunications, and perhaps even the limitations in the planning process itself. The situation is not the result of a personal failure, but a complex web of conditions that converged at this moment. This realization doesn't erase the disappointment or the consequences of the failure, but it softens your experience of it. You feel less trapped by your emotions, less consumed by the urge to react in ways that would only create more suffering. Instead, you find a sense of clarity, knowing that these conditions are not fixed, and that through skillful action, you can create new conditions that lead to better outcomes in the future. In this moment, you are able to apply the teaching of dependent origination. You don't deny your feelings, but you don't let them define you or dictate your actions either. You acknowledge the difficulty, but also recognize that your response is a new condition that can alter the course of events. You make a decision to approach the situation with a calm, constructive attitude, focusing on what can be done rather than what has already happened. Later, as you sit reflecting on the situation, you find yourself feeling a quiet sense of gratitude for the teachings that have guided you through this challenge. The wooden bracelet on your wrist serves as a subtle reminder that everything, even this difficulty, is part of the unfolding process of life shaped by causes and conditions. Rather than feeling defeated, you feel empowered by the clarity this understanding brings. As the days pass, you notice more instances where this wisdom appears in your daily life. A stressful conversation with a friend, a minor conflict at home, a moment of frustration with a task. Each of these situations becomes an opportunity to practice what you've learned. You begin to see them not as interruptions or obstacles, but as essential parts of the learning process, each moment unfolding according to its own set of conditions. 3 months after your time at the monastery, the teachings are no longer something you visit only in moments of quiet reflection or deep contemplation. They are woven into the fabric of your life, seamlessly integrating into your responses, your relationships, and your daily actions. You are no longer simply observing life from the outside, but living it with an awareness of the underlying patterns and connections that govern all things. You return to the wooden bracelet from time to time, a simple, tangible reminder that everything happens for a reason according to conditions. But increasingly, you find that the understanding itself is embedded within you, no longer needing to be reminded. It's in how you breathe, how you respond to others, how you meet challenges with a more peaceful and compassionate heart. This ongoing integration of the teachings, not as a fixed understanding, but as a living, evolving practice, continues to guide you. The monastery may be far behind you in distance, but its wisdom is now a part of your daily life, present in each breath, each decision, each step forward. And with that, the journey continues not as something to be completed, but as a path to be walked, with awareness, compassion, and a deep understanding of the interdependent nature of all things. According to conditions is no longer just a concept from a distant retreat. It has become a living, breathing part of your experience. The awareness that everything from the simplest moment to the greatest challenge is shaped by a web of interdependent conditions allows you to approach life with greater ease and openness. It's not about forcing yourself to always get it right, but about staying present and learning as you go, meeting each moment as it comes. You realize that in many ways, progress isn't about perfection, but about continuous learning and refinement. The clarity of understanding when it arises illuminates the present moment. On days when old habits of reactivity emerge, you remember the teaching of dependent origination, recognizing that these patterns too are conditioned, and instead of reacting with judgment or frustration, you respond with curiosity and compassion. This is the path of practice, the willingness to engage with what arises, whether it feels pleasant or challenging, with a sense of openness and a clear mind. The teachings continue to weave into your daily life like threads in a tapestry. You notice them in the small moments. A conversation with a friend, a challenging situation at work, even in your quiet moments alone. Each time, you bring attention to the conditions that created the moment and respond in the best way you can, without resistance, without blame, and with an understanding of how everything is interconnected. As sleep settles over you, you feel the subtle but powerful presence of these teachings. You are not just recalling them from memory, you are embodying them. The world outside is as it is unfolding moment by moment according to causes and conditions, and you too are part of that flow. With a deep breath, you let go of the day's complexities, trusting that you are moving in the right direction, not toward a distant goal, but toward living in harmony with reality as it is. With this understanding, sleep comes peacefully, knowing that tomorrow and each day after offers more opportunities to practice, to learn, and to grow in wisdom and compassion. According to conditions, and this realization carries you gently into the restful embrace of sleep. As you drift into unconsciousness, there is a subtle peace that arises from knowing that even this process, like everything else, unfolds according to causes and conditions. There is no need to force the mind to quiet, no need to fight the inevitable transition between wakefulness and sleep. Everything flows naturally without struggle. In this moment of stillness, the understanding of dependent origination integrates further into the very fabric of your being. No longer just a teaching or a concept, it has become an embodied wisdom, a guiding thread in the tapestry of your life. The awareness that everything, even the smallest detail, arises through conditions offers a profound freedom. It releases you from the need to control, to force, or to resist. Instead, there is a calm presence in simply witnessing the unfolding of each moment, from the simplicity of breathing to the complexities of life's challenges. As sleep deepens, the body and mind naturally follow the rhythms of rest and renewal, participating in the ongoing dance of existence. In these quiet hours, the seeds of wisdom continue to germinate not through effort, but through alignment with what is. Your consciousness at rest is still a part of this interconnected web, moving within the natural flow of life. Everything happens for a reason. This truth, when realized, becomes the lens through which you see the world, a world that is neither random nor chaotic, but full of purpose, interwoven through countless causes and conditions. It transforms the way you experience every moment with greater ease, greater clarity, and greater peace. May you continue to live with this understanding, allowing it to deepen and expand as you walk your path. May you be mindful of the interconnectedness of all things, aware of the wisdom that emerges from each experience, and respond with wisdom, compassion, and equanimity. Rest now knowing that everything is unfolding perfectly according to conditions, and that each moment carries the potential for greater insight and awakening. Sleep well grounded in the profound peace of knowing that all is as it should be. Everything happens for a reason, and this awareness is the key to navigating life with clarity, wisdom, and compassion. This understanding that everything happens according to conditions transcends the boundaries of wakefulness and sleep. It becomes a steady undercurrent in your awareness, offering its transformative wisdom to every aspect of your experience. As you go through your day, it's there quietly guiding your reactions and decisions. In moments of ease, you recognize the flow of conditions that make those moments possible. In moments of challenge, you can see the conditions that give rise to difficulty, and you approach them with patience, curiosity, and the willingness to respond wisely. Even in sleep, this awareness continues to work within you. The body follows its natural rhythms of rest and renewal, while the mind surrenders to the process of integration and healing. You rest, knowing that this deeper understanding is always available, whether you're awake, navigating life's challenges, or asleep, allowing your body and mind to restore themselves. It's not something that disappears or requires effort. It's simply there, part of the flow of existence. With this understanding, you no longer feel the need to chase after life, trying to control every circumstance, nor do you feel helpless in the face of life's uncertainties. Instead, you learn to flow with it, recognizing that each moment, each experience is a part of a greater unfolding. Everything happens for a reason, and by seeing things through the lens of dependent origination, you approach life with a sense of ease, knowing that each moment holds its own purpose and meaning shaped by the conditions that brought it into being. This understanding of reality as a continuous process, shaped by causes and conditions, remains your guide, offering clarity and peace in all moments. Whether in the stillness of sleep or the busyness of waking life, you remain connected to this wisdom, allowing it to transform your experience and guide you toward deeper understanding, compassion, and freedom.